Yeah, go.
Quickly.
Oh, it's great. I can't share it here. I mean, actually, there is a roadblock at Sharon right now.
Yeah,
They're paving 49, and so there was like 6 cars right there,
6 cars.
It's terrible.
It's a traffic jam.
It really is there. Just happy to see some asphalt. You know, we rarely get that on this side.
We're definitely gonna wanna break them. You have some Asian folks though. Laura's here.
Anything else? Okay. Yeah, okay.
You're both so kind.
Listen, he can go home tonight. We just do it next.
We just were quiet about it, so nobody
This
can
one
hear
is
it.
for you.
Official.
I'm on
Ready? You may have to ask her about it, recuse yourself. Good evening, the Zoning Board of Appeals. Meeting is called to order. The members, have you all had a chance to review the minutes from the last meeting? And if so, do you have any comments?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor? Right hand. Okay, we approve the minutes. All right, as you see on the screen, we have our meeting format. I would ask everybody to mute your phone, turn your phones off, so we don't have any phone calls during the meeting. And each case we'll bring up individually, and the staff will make a presentation, and the applicant will make their presentation. We'll have open up for the public hearing to get comments for or against. Any additional comments from the applicant after that, we'll close the public hearing, and then the motion from the board will be made to accept, deny, or defer, and the board will discuss and vote. So we'll go in that order. As you are coming up to the podium, please speak clearly into the microphone. Don't get too far away, and if you are speaking, please speak into the microphone and to the board, and don't turn around and talk to your neighbor. And as well as if you're not at the podium, I would ask you to please refrain from speaking. If you do need to have a conversation, we ask that you leave the room and come back in when you're done. All right. So our first case is the York Preparatory Academy for a special exception.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Kirshner. I'm a commercial planner for York County. The first case is special exception, case number Z21-15. The applicant is York Preparatory Academy. The property owner is Indigo Rush LLC. The property location is on between Mount Holly Road and Tuckaway Road, kind of in a Rock Hill community down Mount Holly Road. And there are 4 parcels that are kind of in the project area. The first 2 parcels up there, the 680 and -002, 680-003. Those are zoned in the RUD zoning district. Again, the zoning is rural development RUD, and also a section of the project area is also residential conservation RC1 zoning district. The request, the special exception request, is to allow for a new school in the rural development RUD zoning district. In the RUD zoning district, schools are only allowed as special exception as per section 155.047. See a zoning map of the subject parcels. These circled areas is generally where the school is proposed to go. Again, it's made up of 4 different parcels. Here's an aerial map of the location. Here is the concept plan that was submitted to staff for the submittal. This is what the school is proposing. I'm going to flip to the next one, then back. This shows the 2 different zoning districts and the different parcels that would be recombined and to form the school parcel of the overall. The school would be part of a project called Kettle Song, but of course we're just talking about the school today. The school would be partially on the RUD property, the actual school building. I think it's a 99,000 square foot proposed school building, and there's also a 20,000 square foot gym, which is located or will be located, if you go back, in the RC1 district. So what we're focusing on as far as the special exception is specifically allowing the school and the school development and the proposed parcel to be in the RUD district because it's only allowed by special exception. The applicant also has proposals for some new utility lines from Rock Hill. The proposed school is K through 8. If you look back, there have the school is proposed to have a new parcel cut out of the subject parcels just for the school. This is one possibility. When a road is built, if you look on the project and on the submitted conceptual plans, the project is also proposing 2 new roads, new county roads. I think they're roads A and B on the plans. A TIA was submitted for this phase of the plan and conditionally approved. Our transportation planner, Chris Stevens, is here to answer any questions on that. This sheet shows some open space conservation areas that they're proposing with the proposed parcel. Something to keep in mind with the proposed parcel is this is the conceptual plan. They're proposing new water lines, new sewer lines, new roads, and then to subdivide off those new roads for road frontage for the new future proposed parcel. Here's information on our public feedback and public notification. At the time of this report, staff has received several calls inquiring about the request. They were mostly information inquiries, and several mentioned that they are aware of the request coming forward prior to discussion within the area, from the area. One caller was concerned about the water and sewer capacity. With special exception, there are certain approval criteria, as you know. In this, of course, there would be approval of school in RUD district. The first one, are adequate water and sewer facilities provided? Today, staff got an updated letter, which I think you've received, from Rock Hill, which has flows and showing a willingness and capability letter.
I might get that, I didn't get that.
Did you not?
I got it.
So it's in there.
It's page
Oh.
24 in your packet.
No, I got my packet Monday,
Oh,
so I didn't get anything today.
It was at page 24.
it was 24 in your
Oh,
packet.
it's the same one that was in there?
Oh,
Yeah.
is it?
Okay.
Did we get them the updated one?
Oh, is there an
You should get
updated
it
one?
Later,
This says-
later, yeah,
This one's dated May 5th.
yeah.
Yeah, the updated one still says May 5th.
The applicant has copies.
Okay, the applicant has some copies, maybe we can pass those out, so. So that was updated with some flows, which is one of the things that staff requested. But something to keep in mind is the water and sewer lines are not currently there.
Right.
And they have not yet been approved as far as the actual building of them.
It's the same letter.
And the funding of them. What the wellness and capability letter was updated, we got a copy of that
Didn't change the
today.
date.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, it is.
This one's different.
Wording off.
okay.
It includes the flow data.
Yeah, it added the flow data. So on the first criteria, are adequate water and sewer facilities provided? The water and sewers, that's what the staff has responded to. The water and sewer facilities shown on the conceptual site plan are not currently available, as the lines have not been extended, and there has been no official action to approve or fund these extensions from Rock Hill yet. So staff finds the proposed special exception does not meet this criteria because they're not actually provided now. The second criteria, will the existing public services and public facilities, including but not limited to education, recreation, transportation, water and sewer facilities, be negatively impacted by the proposed use? The proposed school will provide educational facility, obviously. Staff does not currently have enough information on the extent or impact of the proposed water sewer facilities at this time to make conclusive findings on whether the proposed special exception meets this criteria. Again, the water and sewer system it's not currently there, it's not installed. We do have a conceptual plan for it, and Rock Hill has expressed a willingness to do the project, but we don't know the impact yet on that one, so we didn't make a recommendation for number two.
You
Number
don't
three-
have a TIA,
What?
so you don't have a TIA?
No, we do have a TIA.
They have a
We're talking about
TIA.
the-
Still in water
We're
and
talking
sewer.
about the water sewer facilities.
Oh, okay, I'm
The
sorry.
TIA, and Chris Stevens is here, he can answer more detailed
Okay.
questions about that. The school is part of like the phase one of that TIA with a future larger project, and that was conditionally approved.
Okay.
Conditioned on the mitigation that needs to be done for that. The third condition, is the proposed use compatible with the surrounding uses? As I noted before, the gym area and part of the school proposal is actually in RC1, which is it's a school's allowed use. And the surrounding area, they have provided a conceptual plan to deal with setbacks, buffers, open space. Obviously, still work to do to have final site plan approval, and the roads have to be approved by planning commission. But we think the conceptual plan works. So staff finds the proposed special exception meets this criteria. And these are the recommendations from staff on the special exception criteria. Because of the criteria above and the findings above, staff finds the project does not meet all the criteria of section 155.047 for a special exception for the school use. And staff has to recommend denial to the board. The board may wish to consider any specific conditions it wishes to place on the property if you decide to grant this special exception, though. And in the event the board does decide to approve the request, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. Again, going back to the utility extensions, the utility extensions must be approved, and the establishment of the use is prohibited until the site plan has been approved. And again, that goes back to the first condition: are the facilities provided? Are they guaranteed? And from a conservative standpoint, the staff doesn't quite think that it's met that, even though they have provided an updated willingness and capability letter. After this, York Preparatory Academy and the applicant have their own slideshow, so I'm going to pass it to them. But if you have any questions specifically for staff or the site plan or about the TIA, please go ahead.
Did the receiving of the willingness and capability letter with the flow change the staff's opinion at all? It seems to me that if the city of Rock Hill is willing and capable to provide treat 18,000 GPD per day, then they know their system can handle that flow, and it should not have a negative impact on their system.
Right, and like I said, we got that update today.
Right.
And I think that it is a willingness and capability letter. Before, it was kind of more of a willingness letter.
Right.
But at the same time, from a standpoint of the condition, is it provided? And I guess that's up to the board, in which you define as provided. But from a staff standpoint, we don't have enough information about the utilities yet as far as when they're gonna be installed, and the applicant has a timeline, so that I'm sure they'll discuss that as well. To say that absolutely to the board, it's provided. But the updated willingness and capability is, and the flows is something we
Makes a
requested.
difference. Yeah, thank you.
So, question, when you mention the word provided, in the standard case such as this, if it's a new construction for a school or something of like structure, is it typical for the services to be provided before anything else is out there?
For a site plan approval, we would need the willingness and capability, but we would also need to see that plan and that timeline for completion of those utilities and that extension. That extension doesn't exist yet. So I guess it's early in the process. The special exception is coming earlier than the road approval. We can't quite approve we can't approve the recombination for the school yet because it doesn't have the road frontage, and we're working through that, and then the utilities. So it's from staff standpoint, we're trying to let the board know that they have a proposal, and Rock Hill has provided that letter, but it's not actually provided yet. And that's the best I can explain it.
Also, for the preliminary plat for the roads right away that's been submitted for the planning commission, is that coming up soon, are you aware of? And
It
typically,
wasn't
is
approved by
that,
staff because it needs modifications.
okay?
So I don't know exactly when that's gonna go to the planning commission for adoption.
And is that
because
typically done after something, if it's a special exception or special use, does that usually come after an approval or?
It would have to come before, obviously, we approve the site plan.
Right.
And we're working with the applicant on a way to possibly, and I think in their slideshow, they have a proposal to have some road frontage on Mount Holly. Just to be able to do the recombination, so it meets all the code requirements. But the future plan is for the access to be the new roads. So it would be sort of a phased process with the approval of the plat. And also working on the site plans, reflecting on that. I think the plan is, and I guess they have their timeline, that's, we've been talking about it. But the plan would be just kind of do all at the same time, the utilities, the roads, the site.
Gotcha.
Where do the utilities stop now, the water and sewer lines? Is it down there below Taylor Oaks on Taylor Street?
I think it's up by 77. I think,
Is it all the way up to the Flying J?
yes.
So there's water and sewer there? Water. I'm talking about both. Water and sewer.
You kind of see, it's hard to see on that plan, maybe you can see in your package.
Mainly
a
the
little better.
sewer is what I was curious.
This is a proposal for the new utility lines. Kind of showing it run down Mount Holly Road and into the site.
Yeah, so that's why I was asking. So where is the sewer line to? Where does it start? The reason I'm asking, nobody, staff don't know?
It's pumping up to a manhole up by Flying J.
We'll let the applicant discuss
Yeah.
that. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you have any questions that you want to ask Chris Stevens about the TIA?
Can you go back
Anything
to
else about the
the
site plan?
suggested conditions?
The suggested conditions for a TIA?
No, for the.
The utility line
No, if we
extensions,
accept it.
it's on page.
Oh, yes.
It was
that
like
would
the
be-
last, one of the last slides.
That's
we
kind
had.
of a clarification of what we were require anyways. The proposed condition.
I mean, if you never do that.
So, yeah, that the utility
yeah.
extensions be approved and the establishment of the use is prohibited, which means the school, until the site plan has been approved, which is something to look for a site plan as well, but that would just be, if you would approve the special exception, you add that condition to kind of address the access, the current access to the water and sewer.
It sounds like this is just one step, initial hurdle, right?
I believe the applicant, they want the approval of the use But we
Yes.
still have a lot of work to do
Sure.
for working out all the technical issues, the site plan, the road, the utilities.
It's normally not done in this order, is it?
I mean, we wouldn't optimally we want to have more information and have
Yeah.
things a little bit more settled before we came to the board. But obviously, the applicant wanted to present it to you because they want the use to be allowed. And they did provide a conceptual plan. It's just not everything's been provided yet.
I have a question, maybe your staff may be better answered by that.
Tony, microphone.
There we go. I know on the residential side of Rock Hill Utilities, you have to sign an annexation agreement before they will provide you water and sewer. Is that something that happens on the commercial side as well?
Yes. And the applicant and York County staff have talked with Rock Hill, and Josh has had conversations with all the parties, and we have had meetings. Obviously, Rock Hill had to be involved. They're the ones that have to extend the utilities.
Right.
So,
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you, Jeff. Would the applicant come forward? And please state your name and your address when you come to the podium.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Dan Ballou of Morton and Geddes, 331 East Main Street, Rock Hill. Good evening. I'll start by saying this is my first public meeting without a mask. And given the CDC recommendations, I guess we're all good on that, having gotten my vaccine, but I do feel a little naked standing up here, but that's okay. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you tonight. We do have what I think is a very interesting, innovative proposal for the community with this school. With me tonight are Brian Meyer with YPA, Frank McMahon with Land Design, and Kelly Clayton with Leitner Construction to give you more of the details and can talk to some of the specifics about some of the questions you may have. From a legal perspective, Mr. Williams, I think you asked a very good question, and we recognize that this project is, the timeline is not typical. There are some reasons you'll hear tonight from the applicant about why we are moving with the speed we are moving. We do believe that we have provided the information necessary to meet the ordinance requirements for a special exception. We did provide, and it was today we finally got the capable willingness and capability letter that contained the information that staff felt they needed. I don't think that it is part of that standard that those lines be installed prior to granting it, and I think that you made that point very well. But we do have a commitment from the city of Rock Hill. This is in their service area. They will be providing utilities as they set forth in their letter. You're very familiar with the ordinance. I don't need to explain it to you, but consistency, compatibility with the surrounding area, we think we've met that. The providing of the adequate water and sewer facilities, we have provided evidence of that, albeit they're not installed yet, but we have information that shows that it will be in place at the appropriate time. And that should also address the negative impact on surrounding facilities, that this is going to be serviced and will not have a negative impact. So we would respectfully request that you not accept the recommendation from staff. And here to give you more information about this project, I've got the applicant. If you have any questions of me, I'm happy to answer those at this time. But if not, we'll move quickly into our presentation.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you to the board for hearing us this evening. My name is Brian Meyer. I live at 2980 Mount Holly Road, near the subject site, as it turns out. And I'm here as the managing director of York Preparatory Academy, and here to tell you a little bit more about our school, who we are, and why we're attempting to build a second campus here in York County. We are a free public school open to any student in the state of South Carolina. and we've been serving over 1,650 students each school year on our current campus on Eastview Road in Rock Hill. We've been open for over 10 years now, and working based off a foundation and a belief that individual student growth and the focus on that by teachers and the adaptation of their teaching every week to meet the needs of those students equals better learning. And it's something that we've taken to heart, something that we've focused on. As we've focused on individual student growth, we've been able to, let's see if we can get this to work. Which way do I point it? There we go. Thank you. This success, we've been able to see success with our students, tremendous success for our students. It's been recognized nationally by agencies such as the U.S. Department of Education, who awarded us with their Blue Ribbon Schools Award in 2018. It's been recognized recently by U.S. News and World Report, who ranked us in the top 4% of schools in the state and the top 8% nationally in their annual high school rankings. But not only are we getting recognized nationally for the success that our students are having, but that success is being felt locally here in York County. I'd like to ask one of our students to tell just a quick story of that success and why it's important, if that's all right. So I can ask Joshua Mugabe to come up and just speak for a quick second.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Nice to be here, and it's great to represent my school. York Preparatory Academy has a very special place in my heart. I'm currently at the University of South Carolina studying for my Master's in Human Resources degree. So I would like to first off by starting and saying that the competencies that York Prep preaches and the sense of community, the sense of family that's there, not just from the students, but from the faculty, the professors. I have a relationship with my English teacher from high school, which thankfully, and was a great opportunity for me, was that I was able to participate in the Poetry Out Loud competition, which allowed me to not just travel and compete within the state, but allowed me to go to Washington, D.C., represent our state of South Carolina. And through that, we got to meet our governors and our senators. It was a great experience, and it sort of opened my eyes to what is beyond just the community that I serve. And I think it helped open the doors for other people to see that even though we're a small school, there's a lot of power whenever we all work together and try to service something for each other. So that's the first experience that I had. And then I think that it prepared me for college and a career in HR where there wasn't a lot of direction, at least whenever I first came to a preparatory academy. I just was here to sort of get my diploma, and then life would let me, I would figure it out whenever I finished. But I think that because of the guidance counselors like Dr. Harrington, our principals who sort of gave guidance in sort of the way that I could see myself in the future and gave me a realistic goal for me to achieve. I think that college was the next logical step because of the way that they prepared me. So I think that especially in the way that they enact relationships, the curriculum is definitely challenging, and to make sure that we are competent whenever we're applying for colleges. Scholarships are a very big thing there. In fact, when I was there, we had a whole scholarship wall showing how the students here were applying and obtaining and receiving scholarships for them to go to different universities. So I think that they prepare us in a way that not only demonstrates that we are ready for the world, but that we can go out and succeed in the ways and the paths that we choose to take. So I'm just thankful for the opportunity that was given to me today to speak on behalf of YPA. And if you have any questions, I'm pretty sure they're very capable of answering them. But if you need anything from me, I'm available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So many students and families share similar stories of success and development and growth to the point that each school year we now have up and above 1,000 students on our waiting list wanting to get in to the school, and we just don't have room to bring them in. The state charter school district approached us and asked us if we would build a second campus. They said the success you're having needs to be replicated, and we put together a plan in order to do that. As we started thinking over what our goals would be and how we would help accomplish those, we came across the idea of place-based education, which is a research-supported method which uses the place and community that a student occupies as a jumping-off point for learning. Each of us have a place in our community, in the history, in our environment, and that place has been affected by those who come before us. And because of that, we owe a duty of respect to them to care for what they've left us, and we also have a duty of care for those who will come after us. These are things that students need to learn, and those are things in addition to just the state curriculum that we intend to teach. York County has a rich history. That is why this site is so important to us. It is a unique location where our students can engage in, learn from, and come to understand their place. From the wetlands and the ponds, to the forests and the gardens, to the greenhouses and the orchards, students will not only be able to gain knowledge and appreciation of their place, but also develop the skills that they will need to make a difference in the communities of York County. We know that this is not a typical school. It doesn't just teach reading, writing, and arithmetic, but it attempts to go farther, to go higher, even more than what we're accomplishing now. And we also recognize this is not a typical construction project. Because of that, we have sat back and decided that from a 2022 opening that we were asked to do, we said we would rather wait till 2023 and get it right. So we pushed for a delayed opening, and then we engaged with our architects. We engaged a local construction company who knows and understands York County so that we can do this justice. And we've also planned and worked with people on other experts so that they can help us address the unique challenges of this site. And I'll let those experts talk in just a moment. Unless someone has any questions, I could answer about the school itself.
What is your planned capacity, student-wise?
1,125 at max build out. All right.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Frank McMahon. I'm with Land Design, 223 North Graham Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm a licensed professional engineer in South Carolina and North Carolina. I'm here to talk about utilities. Seems like it's everybody's favorite topic today. So you'll see that there is a letter from Rock Hill Utilities, willingness and capability to serve up to 18,000 gallons per day for the school. One of the things that for our school, you'll see on some of the slides moving forward, is that we only required 9,600 gallons per day. So there is more than enough capacity in the system to handle the school. You'll see in this slide is that we started early on discussions with Rock Hill about doing a sewer extension and water extension down Mount Holly or Highway 901. Back in January, the city had confirmed that they had sewer and water capabilities. We had 2 meetings after that on March 1st and March 15th with the city of Rock Hill to discuss the utilities and extending them down Mount Holly. And every time we did talk with them, one of the things that he kept on reconfirming, okay, you have capacity, you have capacity. So that was always one of the big things, and they kept on confirming it. April 20th, they gave us first willingness to serve letter, and then one on May 5th. And then you'll see the one that you had just received that was on May 12th, which actually gave the flows of 18,000 gallons per day. You'll see here in this slide that at the top right, the school has 1,200 people. Like you said, it was 1,125 students, and there'll be 75 faculty and staff members at 8 gallons per day, which gives us the 9,600 gallons per day, what is required for the school. And I know you had asked early on about the water and sewer, where the existing is. If anybody's familiar, there's a new project, I think it's called Scotchman, which is up near the Flying J by 77. They're actually doing a small sewer and water extension also with the city of Rock Hill to serve their project. There is at the intersection of 77 and Mount Holly on our side of 77, there is an existing 12-inch water main, which will be extended up Mount Holly, and then will then actually be enlarged to a 16-inch water main. That's at the request of Rock Hill. There is also an existing 8-inch sewer main on the other side of the road, still on our side of 77. That's there. That will be extended all the way up Mount Holly to pretty much the high point in the road, because then you start to have some grade challenges as far as extending that line any further. That's why one of the proposals in this project is that there will be a pump station that will then have a force main that carries the sewage up to that gravity line that we stop at the high point in the road. Because
Where does the sewer start?
77 on our side, 77 if I had.
But that's the 8-inch, and you're talking
Yes.
about it, you're talking a pumping station,
On our property,
right?
we would have a pump station.
Right,
And
so
it would-
those on lower gravity can't get in.
Can't get all the way up because the road gets to a high point and then starts to drop, so you start to have grade challenge with the inverts of the pipe. So we can only bring it to a certain point on Mount Holly. One of the things is that City of Rock Hill, their requirement is you have to have a minimum 4-foot sanitary sewer manhole. You cannot be less than 4 feet. So we kind of hit a point at Mount Holly where we can't, we don't get the depth anymore.
My concern is the people in the route
Mm-hmm.
to here, will they be able to can't tap onto a force main?
No, not to the force main. But if
What I'm
they,
getting at is, if they're gonna have it running through their area, are they gonna be able to get on it or not?
they'll be able to get on up to where the gravity main ends.
Which is where? Nobody
It'll
will answer
be
me.
roughly about 4,000 feet. It's if you see on the.
You have
on
a
the
pointer
exhibit-
on there if you got.
Oh, is there a pointer?
Yeah, there should be a pointer on there. Working? There you go.
So roughly, right about here is where the gravity line would come to an end. This is roughly the high point in the road. So it's like right in this area.
Okay.
So that's where the force main would come up here, come down Mount Holly, and then tie into that gravity line that would end roughly in this location.
Okay.
I would assume during your discussions with the city of Rock Hill, y'all are placing the new pump station in a location where will work well for future extensions to serve a larger area of the basin.
Yes, yes.
That's what I was asking.
They always
where-
make me do that, so.
Exactly.
That's what I was
is
asking, where is it in relation to everybody else, from Taylor Oaks, by Nickel Store in the church, up to there? If you put the lift station on your property, Pine Tuck's on the other side of Reed Road.
So the lift station would be in this location right here.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah. So what it is, it's able to serve pretty much most of this property, that pump station. That's semi-regional pump station. Once this area starts to grow further, there'll be more of a larger regional pump station. That'll be further down near the county line. So.
We actually have a copy of that in our package if you have a magnifying glass.
Yeah, well, that's my blind, but I couldn't see it. That's what I was asking.
Mr. McMadden?
Yes.
So with the Kettle Song development, is that kind of planned to be able to use that and also get water?
Yes.
City water and sewer?
Yes. Yeah, that would be the plan moving forward. But right now, it's just getting the school online, because school has tight time frames. I think they've lost some time due to COVID, and like Brian had mentioned, as far as pushing the date back a year. But yes, that would be the ultimate goal, would be for that to serve Kettle Song, at least the whole phase 1A part of the project.
What is the urgency causing this crunch?
As far as the utility extension
well-
or the school, and the school, you guys can answer.
The planning's kind of in reverse order of what's normal, so I'm trying to, what's creating gotta do it right now?
So I'll hand that over to
Okay.
Kelly about those dates, and I'll just talk water and sewer. Does anybody
All
have
right.
any other questions about water and sewer? And hopefully my accent wasn't too much here, so. All good? All right, thank you,
Thank you.
everybody, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So, good evening, I'm Kelly Clayton with Lightner, 713 Catch Point Drive, Rock Hill, South Carolina. So Lightner was hired to manage and construct a project by YPA, and if I can figure out the pointer. Yeah, so I think to answer your question, the gravity stops about halfway down, if I'm not mistaken. It's about a 7,000-foot extension of sewer. Gravity somewhere around 3,500 feet into it is where it converts to gravity to force main. To wrap up, this is, again, the zoning map. What we're asking the special exception for is what's in green, obviously. There is a portion of the school project that does extend into the yellow RC1, but predominantly everything is in green. This is slightly updated from the one that you have in your packet. This addresses the frontage that the original submittal does not, so the new proposed boundary that we hope to submit very soon, as you can see on the next slide, does address the frontage access issue to the school for the plat. And then lastly, I just wanted to give you an update on the timeline to answer your question, what's the urgency? So assuming all goes well for the school tonight, we were hoping to submit the preliminary plat tomorrow for approval to the county, following that with the next couple of months of actual plan documents for both the school and the infrastructure in June and July, which would hopefully allow us to start site work in late summer, early August. If that all goes well, then we would hope to break ground on the school by the end of the year, which would allow for a spring occupancy by YPA, which in turn allows for a school opening in August. So that gives about 16 months for a 100,000 square foot facility. With the winters we've been having, that's what we need. So the urgency is, this is the timeline that we're under to make 23 opening. As Mr. Meyer originally stated, it was a 22. So the year pushback is still a little tight schedule for us, but that's the urgency here.
Can you explain what Kettle Song really is? This is part of this, York Prep, this school going in K through 8 is obviously part of Kettle Song. What else?
Well, the school is going to be within the Kettle Song development, but it is not part of the project.
Okay.
It is separate from and not being permitted with. It's not part of the small area plan that may be proposed for that at some point either. So it is entirely separate, standalone. The school's coming without the development, whether the development gets there or not. Okay, so we're trying to permit and ask for the exception for the school independent of Kettle Song.
So what, down the line, what will Kettle Song be?
Mixed use, I can let Craig speak to that. This is the developer. If you want to hear from him, but he is the.
I don't know, does anybody else
Craig are
curious?
here to talk, if you want to talk.
Yeah, please. Because I don't know what it is and it's referenced in here, so please explain.
They're gonna put houses all over Old
Oh.
Pine Tuck, but what?
My name is Craig Craze. I live at 3480 Marshall Road. I drive down Craig Road a whole lot, my favorite road in the county. I'm with Indigo Rush. I'm my business partner Nick Radovich and I are the developers of a community called Kettle Song.
Okay.
And without spending a lot of time being local from the area, my parents have lived in Tega Cave for many years and have seen what happens when you just kind of allow development to grow without any direction or without hitting a high standard. Against my better judgment, I got into the development business. To be clear, I'm a technology CEO turned philanthropist, turned developer. And believe me, Tuesday night while I'm reading the code to try to better understand some things, I'm thinking, what in the world did I get into? But at the end of the day, what Kettle Song is if you were to imagine Baxter Village and Kingsley together, but infused with a lot of parkland, lots of trails, lots of incentives for people to walk to a restaurant,
walk to the park, walk to school. That's what Kettlesong is, because we've got to, I'm gonna talk about my side of the county. It's like south side of York County, southeast side of York County, we need something great, right? We need some of those great developments to change the standard, to change the perception so that we no longer become the dumping ground for Amazon warehouses. And so that's what we're doing. We're creating something great. And at the heart of that is a school. And I can't tell you that there is going to be a better school in York County to have come in there than York Preparatory Academy. And so this hearing tonight, I don't want to muddy the waters. This is really about, do we meet the requirements to get this special exception? And whether or not Kettlesong happens, completely different issue. But the other question about why is it so rushed and why do we need this so critically now? We're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. The school is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. That may just go out the window if you guys just say it's not worth it. And so before we continue to spend that money, before I continue to pay Frank to do the full engineering on the sewer system and the water system, before I spend all that money, I'd kind of like to know that you guys are okay with us building the school in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'll just wrap up. I think hopefully they've addressed all of your questions. If there are any other questions at this point in time, please let us know. We're here to answer them.
I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
What was the reason for the special exception rather than a rezoning that the school would meet?
Well, part of it was a timing issue. We did recognize that part of this property allowed the school by right, and part of it allowed it with a special exception, which is frankly a simpler process to go through than a full-blown rezoning, which would planning commission and 3 readings of council and that kind of thing really does affect that timeline. And that really is what's driving the sequencing of this project, the priority of this application tonight, and our choice of avenue to get to the approval. Theoretically, yeah, we could have applied to rezone all of this as a single compatible as right zoning category, but it made sense to us that this was kind of the path of least resistance that would keep us on track with the timeline.
So now, your roads still have to go to the planning commission.
That's right.
They leave here.
And we understand that there's a lot of work that has to be done, and this is just the first step of many that are going to have to be accomplished, working with staff, getting the approvals for site plan approval, for the all the normal functions that are going to have to occur. We're not short-circuiting any of that process. We're changing the sequencing a little bit, but if we don't get a special exception, then that really puts a problem on the project. So I will say that there was a reference in the staff report to a conditional approval. We recognize that providing the information that the condition contemplated is part of the normal process. We're fine with that. That would be acceptable. But we certainly hope that this is the kind of project and a project that y'all could support, at least as far as this initial phase is concerned.
Yeah, I had another question kind of in line with that. Once this is approved, you go through the other steps of getting permits, plans approved, and any one of those could be a hiccup.
That's right.
But this is, and I can understand it, this is kind of like the first step. Let's do this one first and then move on after that.
That's exactly right. I mean, there's no point in submitting a site plan if we haven't gotten the special exception.
And this might be a question for staff or legal. If the special exception is granted for the school, it's only for a school in the future in case this doesn't pan out in the future, that special exception would go away, or would it not? Stays the same, but it would only be for a school.
But it would just allow a school.
How is that not de facto rezoning on a board that's supposed to hear an appeal of a zoning decision? My problem is, should this have gone in front of the county council since you're doing it in that order?
Well, the special exception process is designed to
For school?
give this level of review to uses that may not, within a particular category, be directly in line with a comprehensive plan, but may be consistent with it. So
It's
that-
not in line with comprehensive plan now. I've served on that committee.
Well,
This
but-
is a sprawl jump. I
But-
like it though, because it's, for the first time, a developer's gonna build a school. Good night, Irene. You know, that's a good thing.
Right.
Because of the cost of the taxpayers. So I like that part, but don't say it ain't a jump, because it is.
Well, but the process for the special exception is designed to allow those uses that give y'all an opportunity to weigh in and to apply those criteria that are in the ordinance to make sure that it isn't something that is wildly inconsistent with the surrounding uses, but doesn't necessarily rise to the level of a change of use that would require rezoning.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what we do.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you.
All right, do we have anybody to speak in favor of the application? And I would ask it,
Show of hands. Show of hands.
show of hands.
Who's in
Well,
favor for it, yeah.
in a minute. But if you do come forward, please limit your time to 5 minutes. We have a lot of people here. But just as an example, just for the people that are here, would you raise your hand if you are in favor of this special exception? Thank you. Would you like to come forward?
Good evening. My name is Rick Otto. I live at 3241 Pine Tuck Lane, so right behind this property. By a show of hands, and myself included, I just wanted to say I am in favor of the concept of putting the school back there, particularly the place-based education. My kids are grown and on their own now, but it's the kind of place I'd like to see my grandkids go to school. And then as a reformed developer, I'm in favor of the special exception instead of rezoning, because I feel that gives you more control over what goes on that site. You can put particular limitations on there. So I encourage you to approve this exception.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward.
Good evening, Chair and the board. My name is Gwen Mugabe. I live at 339 Twin Lakes Road. I'm a former parent at York Prep, the current school that's trying to replicate, but I also serve on the board for York Prep. And as a minority, I hope you will give me an opportunity to speak. As a woman, as well as a Black woman in the community, I'm also a local pastor, and part of the work we do is serve kids in the inner city community. And I've discovered that children, especially the low-income children, they just get passed through and they graduate without being able to read. It's happening in our public school. We're paying with our monies. As a result, we decided to homeschool, my husband and I. We homeschooled because I have an education background. I'm educated using the Cambridge system, British system, because I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm an immigrant. And for us, education was not just something you did. It was a ticket to success. And I believe that's what York Prep has done in this community. Having served, like when I came in, I've always, served in PTAs and things like that. Then I found myself on the board, and I've seen the impact in our low-income children, in our any child can come and succeed. Our children with difficulties, they get taken care of. We don't just let the kids go through the ranks and pass from grade 1. If they need help, they get help. If they are strong students, they're given the ability and they're challenged. So when I find the charter school movement coming in and saying, York Prep, you're doing a good job, we need you to replicate. They're not just saying replicate, because our public schools, when they fail, do you know they get extra money? Failing schools get extra money. Charter schools fail and they get closed. So you are the fathers and the mothers of this community. I belong here. I serve in the community here. And when I look at an opportunity to say, do we build a Burger King? Do we build a hospital? Do we build a school? Missionaries came into our communities and they built schools and they built hospitals. Here I am speaking in your community. Please, tonight I'm asking you to reconsider and allow this opportunity to happen, because York Prep, it's a public school. Not only is it a public school, but it's a public school that's graded. And when it's graded, if they fail, the state shuts them down. So if they go to the next school, for them to come back and say, please replicate. And that's why the agency also, our kids need an opportunity to go in a school, and this innovative situation, which we have never seen. Hey, if I had a young child or when my grandchildren come up, I want them to go there. So I hope you give us this special exception, and I really, really believe we won't disappoint. Put us through the hoops, and hopefully something great will happen, because it just makes, I remember when we moved to York County, there was a Dunkin' Donuts. Now we have a what? Krispy Kreme, we're growing. And we'll have more than one charter school. So thank you so much for listening to us, and I hope you really seriously consider, for the sake of the child in the inner city, for the sake of that parent who is affluent, but who cannot afford to put their child in a private school. They get a public school situation, which feels like a private school situation. Not everyone can homeschool, but York Prep will give you that quality education. So I hope you recommend that we go through with York Prep Kettle Song. Thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you. Is there anybody here that would speak against the application?
My name is Brown Simpson Jr. I live at 1363 Alton Road in Rock Hill. Let me just say this, I am not against York Prep as a school. What I am concerned about is the taxpayers that have to fund these state charter schools, and when does it stop? They can just build one when they want to, doesn't have to go through any hoops. York Prep does a good job, and they've got a great campus where they are. But if you give this special exception tonight, our area that we know out on that southern side of Rock Hill where I live, and I've lived all my life, is going to change forever. I just got through looking at a proposed annexation map if those water and sewer lines are extended out. And I never thought the city of Rock Hill would extend that far out with their city limits, and that concerns me greatly. Mr. Craze referenced that there's nothing on the south side of Rock Hill. I find that our south side of Rock Hill has a lot of quality of life. I like the country. I like the rural area. I'm not against his development, but we have got to say no to all these schools being built. Rock Hill School District just voted to shut down 3 elementary schools. And we're talking about building another school after they shut down 3. I've got major concerns about that. So I'm asking you tonight, like I said, I'm not against his development, but what I am against is how many more schools are we going to build in York County? We've got enough now, folks, and we don't need any more. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tammy Lawless Mitchell, and I live at 2175 Hall Spencer Road. This development is directly in front of our property. My husband and his family has owned this property since 1915. So we have deep roots planted there. I love York Prep, don't get me wrong. I think it's a wonderful school. However, I think based on what I've heard tonight and already my concerns I had about utilities, about this being a 2-lane road, 1,200 additional children coming in, 2 per car, that's 600 cars on this 2-lane road twice a day. I work for Rock Hill School District. I am a registered nurse, and I am one of the ones losing my job because of the schools being cut. So this is very personal that me, a taxpayer living in this community with our roots settled for over 100 years, will be asked to not only foot the bill for the school, but also lose the serenity of our little south side of town. Mr. Brown spoke exactly my feelings in that we love our side of town. I love York Prep. A lot of my children from the 16 years I've been a nurse went to York Prep, and they've done well. I have friends and family members that have gone there, and they've done well. But our side of town, it is not the time and it is not the place to put a new school when 3 elementary schools are being closed come June the 23rd. Thank you for hearing my voice tonight.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak against the application?
My name is Donnie Christopher, 2170 Strawberry Road, Rock Hill, South Carolina. I've lived in this area, in the Mount Holly Church area, Nichols Store area, since 1972. From what I'm hearing here tonight and all the information being presented to you, it seems too much information, too quick, wanting a quick decision. I'm not against good schools. No way. I'm not against Kettle Song. Kettle Song is a great idea, but there's no consideration with the map that I just saw about 2 hours ago about the annexation map coming down Highway 901. There are a lot of people that have lived on Highway 901 for a number of years that's going to be in shock when this comes through. Now, you'll probably hear some numbers about how many numbers I have already committed. Well, we need to get 100% commitment. I actually own 3 different properties on that line, and I'm not committed at this point in time. I ask you simply to defer it, and let's give a little more thought to it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak against? Please come forward.
So I'm Blake Mitchell, 2175 Hall Spencer Road, Edgemore. And the plan looks great, York Prep, I just believe it's in the wrong spot. You know, we have a nice rural area out there, neighbors have horses. You know, we enjoy that. The traffic, adding a traffic light, adding more access roads into 901 would be an issue. And also the traffic up at the 77 interchange is already very bad. They are going to be redoing that soon, but it won't be capable of handling the extra traffic from the school and then what else is coming in the future. So, you know, I would hope y'all keep the zoning as RUD, controlled growth. I'm not sure that adding a 99,000 square foot 2-story building is the controlled growth we want out there. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak against? Seeing none, does the applicant want to come back for any rebuttal?
First of all, I appreciate the kind words that my neighbors have said and the consideration, because you're right, YPA is a great school. And you're right, it is unfortunate that the Rock Hill School District is closing 3 elementary schools. But I don't know what else we're supposed to do when we have a waiting list of over 1,000 kids that want to get into YPA. Do we say no to the choice that those parents want when the state has come to us and asked us to build another school? And in terms of those tax dollars, it's not local tax dollars that go to it. Ladies and gentlemen, to be clear, public charter schools do not have access to your local tax dollars. This is using a USDA loan to fund it. We get federal funds and we get funds from the state of South Carolina. Not only that, York Preparatory Academy delivers its outstanding results 75 cents on the dollar in comparison to the local school districts. Now, we're not adversarial to them at all, but I just want to be very clear on the economics of this. This doesn't have a negative impact on it. But I think coming back to full focus on what this is about, frankly, all of those things are, I think, outside the scope of what you guys have got the burden of making a determination on here today. And it is per the code, per what's been presented, does York Preparatory Academy or does the application meet the standards or the requirements to move this on? And to be clear, this isn't a green light to do anything other than go to the submission process for the plat. To go through the rest of it. This process does not shortcut anything else. There will be more opportunities for the county and whatnot to work and collaborate and make sure that what we develop out there doesn't negatively impact traffic. We have our traffic engineer here, just in case some of those questions came up. This will be done by the book. But I think what we should focus on this as well is that it's also being done by locals. I got a letter in the mail, and it's not the first, from a company called 4Star. And this is for those who live in that area. I love that. I live out there in that area too. You know how many letters I get and emails I get from 4Star, which is a publicly traded company that has $1.2 billion in assets and $760 million in cash on hand, who want to buy my land? Do you think I'm the only one getting those letters? If we don't work together to create something compelling, we're going to get picked off one by one. I just happen to be a resident who lives there, who I love that area, and I'm committed to preserving the agrarian and the rural character of it, and I'm willing to work with you, my neighbors, and to put my neck out on the line and put some capital in play to create something compelling to set the standard. That is all aside from the fact that here today, we're making a decision on whether or not the applicant met the requirements in order to receive the special exception. And I believe they have. And I hope, considering all that you've been presented with tonight, that you'll vote in favor. Thank you.
Hang on, I want to ask you a question. Where's this map that's got all the properties lined up where the sewer line's going?
So-
From the city. I do know that it has to be contiguous properties in a line. So I was asking so many questions about the sewer. Where is this map that, and they have all these property owners signed on? Because one of my concerns, and I guarantee it's theirs too, because I live in that area, and I've got land in that area, is nobody wants to be annexed by Rock Hill. There's no advantage to it, okay? The concern I think that's coming from them is that as well. Are we opening the door? Because one of the things that disturbed me was what you said, Dan, was that this is so I'm asking the question, I want to see that map, because that's kind of, to me, critical, that you have an open line from the sewer from Rock Hill to where the school's gonna go. And does that exist today? Or is it in the future as well?
So as we were preparing for this presentation, based on the feedback from the staff, that did not come up in any of the discourse from them or in any of the written documentation, so.
I know where these guys' property is, and I'm sitting here trying to figure in my head, how you gonna get a sewer line through there if they don't want it?
Okay, so to be clear, the sewer is at Flying J, and you can come down, I think we're coming down, did the State Department of Transportation give us the right of way to come down the easement? We're in the right
city's
of
gonna
way.
allow you to remain in the right of way, but force main in the water.
Yeah, so there's no having
Versus
to,
having to establish.
So you're not
private
having to
rights.
really go through anybody's property
no.
with any annex issues that they're gonna have to face?
Annexation is not part of this conversation, and not part of what we came prepared to talk about this evening. I think it's, we can provide, the city of Rock Hill can extend sewer and water within the right of way without imposing upon anyone's property. And to be clear, I own 560 acres. You get about a mile south of there, I own everything from about next mile and a half on the right.
Any other questions?
I have a question back to the school. YPA, and I need you to enlighten me because I am not familiar with charter schools. That is not strictly York County kids, right? Those students have to be from York County?
It's open to any student in the state of South Carolina. 90% of the students come from York County just because of the distance. There's not transportation dollars provided from the state, so parents would have to drive their students or find another way to get them there. So it's not restricted to York County, but like I said, 90% of the students that go there are from York County.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, public hearing is closed. Do we have a motion from the board? I'll make a motion to grant the special exception.
I'll second for discussion.
With the condition, you need to add the conditions.
I'm not sure if I actually do. The development wouldn't occur if they don't get water and sewer.
That's true. I don't disagree with that. Just a question.
Yeah, that's what's bugging me. We're kind of devoid on information. And usually this is kind of a little cart in front of the horse. I understand why. Okay, but this board, I served on the comprehensive land use plan twice. This is cheating on that plan. I don't care what anybody says. But the biggest cost to the taxpayers when these subdivisions go in and everywhere else is, now we got to build a new school. Look at the Fort Mill budget. What's $1 billion now? It's higher, that much higher than Rock Hills because of what the uncontrolled growth that happened at Fort Mill. It's just the truth. These schools cost. So I'm tickled to death to see somebody go in and build a development and bring a school. Except in the Rock Hill School District, they tried to pass a $300 million bond. It failed because everybody knew you don't have the kids to go there. And it went down. And it went down in flames at the time. The thing that bothers people, though, because I know I've lived it personally on Indy Hook and Hurlong, when the city comes through and annexes you, you have to have this 75% rule and everything else coming through. I guess they can go down the right of way. I'd never heard of such if you go through somebody's property. I thought you had to have permission. You had to pay for that to get through that property, but I guess not. In this case, there's no need for that. I think one of the things that might bother some people, and one of the things that bothers me is, were all the residents out there public noticed or just the people whose property touched Pine Top? Are all the people public noticed that are gonna be affected by this? Because I need the TIA. Well, so I've got the willingness and capability letter, but I'm still kind of, I guess the sewer will handle it. That kind of bothered me. I'm light on information.
Well, I think there's a lot of things that haven't come out yet.
Yeah.
Right? But a lot of those things, again, it may stop the development from going on. And I'm not sure if.
I'm not sure
if we project these other areas and implications, whether that's our responsibility.
Yeah.
I think the school would be a great addition. I feel bad about the 3 public schools that are closing, taxpayer-funded schools.
Yeah.
But for this York Prep to be in the upper 4% in the state and upper 8% of the nation, that speaks for itself.
Yeah.
I feel like once they got the willingness capability letter that showed the flow, which was the one point that made it not meet the requirements. The city of Rock Hill obviously has the capacity, or they would not have written that letter. They have the capacity at their treatment plants based on the DHEC checkbook method. So, it's there. If something happens and they're unable to extend it because of, YPA funding, then it's not gonna happen. But, I understand that they would have to spend significant dollars to get to that point. And then if they came back to the board and we said no, basically, a significant number of dollars would have been wasted. It's pretty typical for a project to not build those water and sewer facilities until it's fully funded, it's approved, and you want your zoning in place before you start those designs.
I rode a bulldozer my senior year in high school when they built the first YPA, and my back still hurts from that. But it made no sense to me. This here, there's an interstate that runs through there. It makes perfectly good sense. It makes a lot more sense to me to see a school here that they don't need to be road.
Yeah.
But they've got something that works over there. I think it's a great asset to the community. I think it's a great asset to our kids coming through school. And that is a rural area out there. But there's I-77 that runs right through it. It's coming. whether we like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think I'll be on board with it.
But also, one of the other points that was brought up, eventually something's coming there, and you get the opportunity for a school to occupy a good portion of that land, or if you don't, what else are you gonna get out there? And are they gonna be able to fight off all development coming that way? Or, hey, at least we can have a school there, and it may have a lot less impact. And I mean, my subdivision, my main street comes right out. I turn left and there's York Prep. I live off Eastview. So I know what impact it has in the area. I'm not crazy about, but I'd rather a school there than, we had to oppose a potential developer who was gonna build these little bitty small homes and affect the property value. So development's coming. I can't dictate what's coming out there, but I'd prefer school than something worse. So I think we do get an opportunity. And I understand the residents. If you live out there, you don't want to see all the cars, but I mean, what other choice do you have? Something is coming.
The only thing that bothered me, but he's right. I mean, we're getting that letter from the city of Rock Hill helped a lot to explain that they do have the capability. I think one of the concerns, and if we're gonna put conditions on it, one of the things everybody consider is there any way that we can prevent, the thing I don't like about it is a jump over. It is not in compliance with the comprehensive land use plan, I know, okay? That's one issue they jumping over. One of the problems with that is, if you look at the city limits of Rock Hill, I remember they all walked out of the room mad when I told them it looked like a Chinese Death Star. And I got corrected by a planner from the city of Rock Hill who said, no, it looks like the fingers on a hand, and all their friends are at the tips. He didn't get reappointed to the Rock Hill Planning Board. Let's go around. This, once again, is one of those fingers. It's running out. It is urban sprawl. It is not good. I kind of wanted to see a little more detail on the infrastructure between point A and point B. You follow me? What's going to go on in that big void? That's why I was asking the questions. How many people will the church ever be able to get on that force main? Who's going to hit the high pressure spots? Whose property is that going to run through? It's going to have the high pressure spots. And to be perfectly honest, y'all, I thought they had to get permission to run sewer line through your property, even if it was in the right of way. I thought so. If they don't, they can do it anyway. Then I guess what was the point of the public hearings? Just do it anyway. Really. Yeah. I wouldn't have had a public hearing. I'd have proceeded with the budget. But the only thing is, I think that's one of the things that we could do to protect. I don't know how to do it, but to protect that sprawl situation from, for example, let's say they put the school up, put the sewer and everything in. And this guy's gonna put in this nice Kettle Song development. He goes, nah, I'm gonna put cows on that land down there on the way to Edgemore, and says, the heck with this. Does like me, 6 cows on it, all over it. Well, then all of a sudden you got this in place, and then here comes another guy. I wanna put up Vinyl City with a peach house, a light blue house, and a white house, and they all look just alike, and we get one of those developments in there versus a pretty development, higher end development that Kettle Song's talking about. In the order we're doing it in, how does this not prevent that from happening? This is why you don't do sprawl, for that reason. But I like this project. I want to be honest with y'all. Them putting the school out there, that's something. That's something, and that's significant. And but anyway, I'll say bye.
I'm not sure we have a mechanism to do that.
I know.
One way or another, there's gonna be development in that area.
Well, the comp
A school is better than a lot of the alternatives.
Well, this was
Way to put water and sewer in. I mean, they'll figure it out.
Well, this was my thing that I kind of jumped Dan and them about a little bit, is that are we doing a de facto rezoning rather than a special exception? Because then we're stepping on the toes of people who are elected and have to answer for the decision, which I always like better. than us, but.
Don't you think they would be here if they felt their toes were being stepped on?
No, they'd be in hiding, just like if it was a landfill.
I don't know, they do a pretty good job of coming here when they feel like.
Yeah.
Lately. That's right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think they are. And I know that, a lot of it, that's just one thing that bugs me. I think the county, I just personally think politically they should face the music on issues like this instead of a board. I think they work a little.
Let's throw this out there. Say we were to turn this down. They could still go ask for a rezoning and do it by right.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. I would have done to start with.
Well.
That's a longer process.
Right,
It's a lot more.
Right.
And he
But you
addressed
don't
that.
Stop it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying if we were denied right now, there's still an opportunity for it to happen.
Right.
And they addressed that. It was a time constraint.
Right. Time
Mm-hmm.
constraint. So,
Any other comments, questions?
Development as it's, where would the development as its Kettle Song stand, the process? What would they have to do in order to move forward with that?
as far as Kettle Song, they wouldn't. They do it just like this. They would get the rezoning for the school, and it's already zoned for the houses.
No, I don't mean that. So take the school out of the equation. Sorry, the houses can go in.
Yeah.
By right.
By right.
By right. They wouldn't have to rezone.
So they wouldn't have to do anything.
Well,
Right.
let me take that back. I mean, it becomes a road frontage issue, but.
Right, I get that, but I mean,
There is something that it could be developed into by right.
Correct.
It may not
Yeah.
necessarily be
Correct.
Kettle Song, but it
So,
would be
but-
something,
meaning that.
meeting the RC1 zoning and
Meaning-
RUD.
And I guess
Right.
my where I'm going with that is if sprawl is the concern, the school is not, I don't see that being.
The school enables the sprawl to happen because of the sewer line that goes in
Mm-hmm.
because of it. That's what allows it. Without the sewer, you got like RC1 zoning, you can put 2 houses per acre if you got
Okay.
water or if you have sewer.
That's where I
but
was
you
going with the
can't.
question.
Yes, that's
Okay.
right. So then you
Somebody
go
could
to-
come in with two houses per acre and petition the city to extend the lines.
Exactly.
And they wouldn't be here they wouldn't need that special exception.
Right, but they'd have to get a rezoning through the council, and then the council would look at the comprehensive land use plan and decide yes or no. And so, do we want that? And this, but this one's different. It's nice development and it's a school, a free school. As far as the county burden, I don't know what the county burden, but the state burden on it is the heaviest burden on the school now, even what they get. When it was $14,000 a kid in the school system, the federal government the county was putting in $3,000, the feds were putting in about $1,000, the state was putting in close to 10. So a lot of the money is still gonna go to this school. It's coming out of your gas taxes, probably.
What gas?
Yeah, what gas? If you find it,
All right. Any other comments,
Oh,
discussion?
by the way, I applaud the students here for coming out. I
Yeah.
think it's a good educational experience. I can't drag my own kids out here. And I'm on the board, so I applaud you all for coming.
All right. No further comments or discussion. All in favor of the motion to grant the special exception, please raise your right hand.
Are you gonna add the conditions? No.
No.
We don't need to, because if they don't
Okay.
get the sewer, it's a dead issue.
Unanimous. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, our next case is the Communication Tower Public Service.
Or 2-minute break.
Do I need a motion for that? Do I have a motion for a break? A second?
Yeah.
So all in favor, hey, a break? We're gonna have a 5-minute break?
We made a motion and seconded it.
Motion to 5-minute break.
My mic's on.
case number 2 for the evening?
Okay, we have case number, again, Jeff Kirshner, commercial planner. We have case number Z21-16. It's a communication tower public service use request for a 190-foot high monopole style communication tower. The applicant is Nick Steinhaus with Baker Donaldson. Property location is 1288 Porter Road, which is a Rock Hill community. It's close to the intersection of Oak Pond Road and Porter Road. Tax map number 622-016. The zoning district is light industrial, that's LI. The request is for a communication tower public service use, again for a 190-foot high monopole style communication tower, which is to be in compliance with sections 155.510 through 155.517 of the Code of Ordinances. You can see here the zoning map. The subject property is highlighted. Around it is some UD, some ID zoning districts. 77 you can see to the west. You see Oak Pond Road. There's some concrete plants to the north of it. There's a lot of wooded area around it. This is a close-up of the site of the leased property on the existing commercial property. I think there's a little warehouse building on it existing. It's in the corner. You can kind of see a little bit better highlighted. It's up in this northern corner is where the proposed cell tower lease site will be. The existing building that's already there is right here. They're going to improve but use the existing driveway for the access to the tower. This is an aerial, and it shows kind of the outline of the proposed tower site. The property is 1.66 acres, and the max allowed height in an industrial district is 150 feet for a tower. This again is 195 plus 4 feet for a lightning rod. The applicant has provided, this packet that this staff should have. I have some sample photos from the packet, but I have not included all the photos in the slideshow for obvious reasons and documents. Those documents address the requirements in the code that we'll go through and show here. But obviously, there's been a preliminary site plan. It's gotten far enough in the preliminary site plan process. We feel it meets most codes, most standards. Of course, it would have to come back if the board approves it for final site plan approval. This is kind of too far. This is just one page of the landscaping plan. They're gonna improve the landscaping buffer along Porter Road for the whole property as part of this project. There's also some landscaping around the actual fenced-in lease site for the tower. Here are some plans, photos of the property. Of course, this is all included in the packet. This is general area, that's existing building. This is general area where the tower site and the fenced-in area where the tower is going to be. Some utilities. It's Porter Road. This is another aerial. It kind of shows what the surrounding uses are. It's mostly wooded around it, and like I said, there's some concrete plants to the north, kind of close to where the tower would be. I think there's a gas station on the corner there.
Must be.
These points show where the photos in your packet are taken from, and these photos reference the balloon test, showing where the height of the tower is going to be, and also, so this example you can kind of see in the distance, that's where the balloon would be, and that's where the tower would be. At this location, it's number 11. This is a kind of more of a close-up. So this shows where the tower would be looking from Porter Road down the driveway. This rendering. Again, this kind of can see the balloon in this one. This is from the intersection looking back towards the site, and then they kind of put the rendering to see what the tower looked like once it's installed. Tower has, will be able to have the capacity for 4 antenna array, so we'll be able to co-locate for different carriers. It has a candidate's objective. Here's the existing coverage. This is the reason why the applicant obviously wants the tower to service this area close to 77. And this is the existing coverage. And then the proposed coverage after the tower is installed. And again, in your packet, there's more detailed information covering all these items. There's public notification feedback. Of course, we had a public notification. At the time of this report, we have not had any feedback from the public. As you can see in your packet, the applicant actually reached out to neighbors and sent letters and had like an online meeting, I believe, to get feedback. The communication tower public service use approval criteria in the packet, and then both from the applicant and from staff, we went through these requirements. I won't read them out all for you, but they have answered the questions for all the requirements or shown them on the site plans that have been provided. Because the application appears to meet the standards of the code, staff has recommended approval of this public service use request for the tower. We do have, staff does have one recommended condition if the board does decide to approve the public service use for this tower. Because the proposed height of the tower is not to the maximum in that district, we are requesting the board add a condition that the tower height not exceed the proposed 195 foot monopole design submitted by the applicant. So basically what you're approving tonight and what's been proposed. That's not included, that's like a.
What is your purpose for requesting this condition?
If you read through the ordinance, there's a possibility that if there's an existing tower and it's not to the height limit, that they could maybe add another antenna array. But staff feels like if the board approved a certain height, and that's what's been advertised, that's what should be approved. And if they wanted to go higher in the future, they would have to come back for a modification to address this condition.
Okay.
Do you have any questions regarding the site plan or the packet? And of course, the applicant's here to go into, I'm gonna go backtrack to kind of show the plans, to go through any questions you have for them.
Any questions? Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. Would the applicant please come forward? And before you get in, before you introduce yourself, do you want these novels back?
I don't know that I could
Carry 'em
manage
off?
to carry them out. So, good evening. My name is Nick Steinhaus. I'm with the law firm of Baker Donaldson, Bierman, Caldwell, and Berkowitz out of Columbia, South Carolina. And I'm here on behalf of our client, Verizon Wireless. I think Jeff did a fantastic job kind of running through everything, and we've submitted voluminous supporting documents for the tower, which we believe meets all of the criteria and everything required by the code. So I'm really here to answer any questions you have. So please fire away if there's anything I can address for you all. I'm a little disappointed. I don't feel very popular.
Section 13, page 24.
Just kidding. There's a misspelled word.
Yeah.
Let's just say you did your homework.
Well, thank you.
We appreciate it.
The only thing I'm missing, how many carriers you gonna let get on the pole?
It will accommodate up to 3 additional carriers. So we are.
You gonna let them on the pole or not?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
we're not, you know, Verizon as a carrier is not in the business of going out and marketing their towers and trying to get people on there, but they are more than willing to allow competitors on there, and that's not an issue.
Any questions?
You don't have to worry about anybody seeing it, because anybody can answer. driving by there, the potholes so bad in front of the Mark Water, you better be watching the road.
All right,
Oh, I'm just not being recorded, that way I don't get in trouble.
That might not be such a bad thing.
I know. She caught me.
Yours isn't on either.
all right.
Yours isn't on either.
Well, thank you very much. No other questions? Right? Thank you. Anybody here to speak in favor of the request? Anybody here to speak against the request for the public service use? Seeing none, public hearing is closed.
I will make a motion to approve.
Have a
This-
motion.
It's,
Oh, with the condition, I started to say that, with the condition that it does not exceed, the pole itself does not exceed 199, and then also 195. It was 199 with the 4-foot lightning pole, but yes. As staff recommended, yes.
I'm in my second.
Can we add another
Agree.
condition, that they'd be required to put one on the western side of the county when they do it?
No. All right, we have a motion to grant a special use with the
Yes.
condition of 195
195
foot tower.
in height.
And we have a second.
Yes, I just think it meets all the criteria, minimal impact visually due to vacant land. It's pretty much, most of it's zone industrial, close to 77. I think they've it's fairly buffered from surrounding areas. They proved that there's need for coverage, and they could put a 250 foot. They're only putting 199, so I think that's fair, and so that's my
I
reasoning.
got no problem with the second in that. It's, and like I say, sure enough, when you drive by Martin Marietta, you better be watching the road. You'll break an axle. You know that, don't you, Tony? So, nobody's ever gonna see it. You're gonna be going.
All right, discussion. Let's keep them on track here. Any further comments? All right, no further comments. All in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
Next case is Z21-17, Terry Roseborough.
Hi, Jeff. All right, case number 2117. Applicant is Terry Roseborough, who is with us tonight. Property is at 624 Rivercrest Road, and the zoning is RUD. He is requesting a variance for road frontage. And this is the property here, and outlined in blue here is the 4-acre property, and there is a little sliver just to the north of it that's 0.37 acres. So the entire area that we're asking a variance on is 4.37 acres. The larger parcel here has a home on it. The small parcel is vacant. You'll see in the area here, it's just north of Neely Store Road off of Rivercrest, and Roseborough is a smaller road to the north named after the family, because it is a historically owned by the Roseborough family. The lots are partially wooded, and this neighborhood consists of single-family homes on lots of various sizes. The proposed survey that he is asking for, I've got it kind of color-coded here.
Thank you.
Rivercrest is in green. The proposed lot to have the home on it is recombining the smaller piece with a part of the larger piece in blue. And then the residual lot would need the road frontage variance of 100 feet. And that is that part, tract C there is what Mr. Roseborough would like to build a home on. The properties, I said earlier, had been previously owned by the Roseborough family. Parts have passed out, and he has purchased them back in again. So this property is near and dear to his heart. And he doesn't qualify for family exemption due to the lack of required 10 acres, and he hasn't owned the parcel long enough to qualify. So he's seeking the 100-foot road frontage variance to subdivide the land. And for the public notification, we have received a few calls or inquiring about the request, but nobody's experienced any issues or had any problems with it. So going through the criteria for hardship, we find the staff decision was there was no extraordinary or exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular property. It has conforming road frontage as it is with the 2 individual lots. While the proposal will decrease the non-conforming lot width of the smaller lot, an even greater non-conformity will be created by the larger landlocked parcel. The conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. There are no extraordinary or exceptional conditions pertaining. And then C, because of these conditions, the application of this chapter to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. There's already a home there. Staff did discover a way we could shift the lines to approve a subdivision of land to create a parcel that is not completely landlocked that we could approve. Mr. Roseburg asked to move ahead with the variance because he prefers the previous outline of how he wants the property divided. It does meet the qualification for, will not pose a substantial detriment to the neighborhood. This is a draft of what staff could approve for the proposed division. As you see, the property line turns a bit, so along Rivercrest Road, which does not have actual right-of-way. Public Works calls it right-of-way varies, which is kind of Public Works code it's an old road. So it doesn't have dedicated right-of-way in most places. So if we pivot the line like this, we could actually have some road frontage for both lots. But it's up to the applicant on how he would prefer his own land to be used. So staff has to recommend denial because it doesn't meet all the necessary hardships. But we do have a recommendation if the board chooses to approve the variance, that the new lot that is landlocked, the one I showed in red on the first slide, would have legal easement to Rivercrest Road through the lot with the home on it, and that the variance would become null and void if resultant lots are further subdivided beyond the 2. That's a lot of information coming at you, so if you have any questions.
Can you go back to your first slide with the color-coded one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I didn't follow you.
And which lots exist?
Yeah, that's very confusing.
So right now, the dashed blue line in the middle of the blue lot shows the existing property line.
So it's a little.
There's that little sliver and then a larger piece.
Big chunk.
Yes.
Can you show with your pointer, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you use your pointer and show us exactly?
This is existing.
That little blue line right here is existing. So that piece,
This area?
right,
It's this area.
And the rest of it, so it's 2 lots right now?
it's 2 lots. The
An
little one is
itty-bitty lot.
0.37 acres and the larger one is 4 acres.
Okay, so currently this is part of track B?
No, that is, currently it's 2 tracks.
So that 1 acre, which on here is tract B, that's not even part of this, is it?
No, that is outside, that had
Okay.
been, he also owns tract B, I'm sorry. He also owns tract B. There is a home on that property, it's
Right.
historic, it is a little derelict.
But that's
So he
not
was
in-
significantly increased, I'm sorry, A, I was thinking
Yeah.
out loud,
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
apologize.
So B is not even, we're not even considering anything with B, it's just A
Yeah,
and
we're
C.
just looking at A and C.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
the
Well, we've
existing
got-
residence is on
85 and
C
A,
currently.
A. You can see it on A.
Yeah.
No, because the dashed line.
No, no.
There's an
You're
existing
right.
On the side of
residence
the dash
on B, on the top piece, there is an existing residence there, it is not, occupiable at this time, it's in derelict condition.
Yeah, but
The other home is inside the blue lot there, they, inside the, trying to figure out how to rephrase it.
But currently, it resides on a piece of property that is attached to the larger piece.
Yes, it is on the larger
So
4
So
acre
actually,
piece.
when you're reconfiguring this, you're gaining the sliver and you're putting the residence on that piece, it's leaving its parent.
Yes, it's
Okay.
leaving his parent, and the parent will now be landlocked.
Okay. And the green line just is a road.
It's just the road, yes.
I think I got it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So the house that's showing on A, it says residence, that's the derelict house with the gravel driveway there?
The house on A is occupied, the house on B is not.
Oh, okay, but we're not talking
No,
about
we're not
B.
talking about B, it's
Okay.
separate.
So we have 200 foot of road frontage down Rivercrest Road currently. Is the problem because, and we get to the I guess Center Road on Roseboro Road, are we losing some right-of-way property? Is that what, why can't we make this, is this just the way the applicant chose to split it? Could this not work and have road frontage, adequate road frontage for both of them?
No, the easement that is showing going, kind of from the bottom left to the upper right is a power easement, that's not a road. Roseboro Road
Okay.
is at the very top there.
But that'll count as frontage, wouldn't it?
Your proposed sketch, was that gonna be two conforming lots?
It would be.
Because
It
there's
would,
enough frontage along that right of way to
Mhm.
create two conforming lots.
So,
Okay.
but
Oh,
the
see, and I was
um,
confused by the
applicant
utility.
prefers
So,
the other one.
okay. The way they're drawing it up, C would have no,
No, that's exactly what I was talking about. Here we go. The utility pole is here.
Right,
Right,
Yeah, this is exactly what I was saying. Just
Okay.
Make these,
but there is a gravel road that kind of intersects that utility easement that goes to track B.
the small road that kind of travels, left and right there at the top where
Yes.
the red points
Yes.
in is Roseboro.
Oh, okay.
And that access the
Track B?
home there, the, empty home and property to the north.
Gotcha.
So why would there need to be an easement for track B through track A?
If we approve the previous, what Mr. Roseboro prefers, then, we would need an easement for track C to Rivercrest because it doesn't actually touch Rivercrest. And it's just a way of dotting i's and crossing t's.
And he owns that property also?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Roseboro is here tonight.
All right. The applicant come forward, please.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Name and address?
My name's Terry Roseboro. I stay at 624 Rivercrest Road,
Okay.
Rock Hill, South Carolina.
So why are you against the recommended configuration of the parcels that county recommended?
Well, I mean, if we have to go that way, but what I was wanting to do is just that driveway that goes up the hill beside the blue line and the red line. It's approximately 134 feet. Halfway up there was an old road. I grew up down there. So it was an old road that went back to where the gardens used to be. So that's where I want to put my house. So 134 feet, I was going to use that as an easement. And then just run another little gravel road to the lot where I wanted to build my house. I own all the properties. So, I mean, it wouldn't be a conflict. It wouldn't interfere or impede anybody else as far as their land. But, you know, like I said, it's 134 feet from the Sturgis property up to the top of the driveway. So halfway up, there's like a field. There used to be a road that went to like the back gardens and all. So I just want to cut a road there, gravel road there, and have that driveway designated as an easement. The reason, obviously, you can't have two homes on one property. That's what prompted this whole thing. So the other house up there on the property, there's probably a mute point about that one. It's been condemned by the county. I don't pay taxes on it. It's going to be demolished. So,
So just so I'm clear, this is county's proposal. You want me to come through this driveway and build a house back in
no,
this area?
halfway up the driveway, come on down. No, that's the house there, halfway up the driveway that you point, right there, right in there. Go to the right, yeah, that area there.
Okay. So, you keep using the term easement, I just wanna make sure I understand, why can't we, this is conforming, and you can bring a driveway here. I'm just trying to understand why this won't work.
Well, the way the property is, I guess it could, but I was looking at it, and some folks I spoke with say, down the road, if I decided to do something else with it, it may cause problems as far as zoning as well.
Well, I would think it'd be more of a problem if you don't have the 100 feet of road frontage, which would, which, the way that plan is shown is probably an advantage to the person who owns track C.
So, back to that. If Mr. Roseborough was to do this, he would not need any approval.
No.
He can do this by right, but
I mean, if that's the only way to get this approved and moving, this has been going on back and forth since 2017, 18, with Ms. Scoggins. So if that's the only way to get this done, I mean, I'll just conform and go ahead and do it. I mean, I've been taking off from work back and forth to Monroe and going to see the surveyor, submit this, okay, this looks good. Okay, well, now we need to tweak this. Okay, well, I think this will work. Well, now someone else look at it and say no. So it's been a lot of ebbs and flows. It's been a journey. So at this point, whatever it takes to get it done. I mean, I'm wasting a lot of time, and you know, obviously, I don't want to come back here. You guys got better things to do with York Academy. So I'll just go ahead and whatever it takes. I mean, it's just been back and forth, and you know, shouldn't be this hard to build a house.
And
on your own land.
Are you planning on building your house on track C? You gonna build?
Yes.
Oh, you're selling? Yeah, so you're gonna be living on track C?
I'm gonna be living on track C.
Okay. Which, again, I would think that this layout there would be more advantageous to you in the long term and to whoever comes after you,
Because you have the frontage.
because you'll have the 100-foot frontage.
that's something we run into here a lot. It's, you may love this, but, and God willing, I hope you live forever. But one day there's gonna be somebody else that owns this, and we have a mess to clean up, per se, if it's a landlocked parcel. And somebody's gonna come here and want us to do something different for them.
I hope they're successful, but right now, at this point, I'm pretty much so concerned about, you know, what I'm trying to do. I mean, that's way down the road. Hopefully I'll live a long time.
So if would you agree to do this?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, whatever it takes.
With staff, with staff, I just hate to tell him that, you know, to withdraw, I guess he would withdraw from us. Okay, but I would hate for him to do that and something, it works. All right, y'all heard it.
Yeah.
It's recorded, it's.
Mr. Roseborough, you can do whatever you'd like to do. I'm not trying to inform you of anything, but if you do this right here, staff says they will approve it, and you don't need anything from us.
Okay, sure, yeah.
So would you like to withdraw?
Sure.
Or do we?
Well, we'll just vote.
Defer it?
Yeah, well.
No,
not
you wouldn't defer it. You don't want him coming
deny-
back.
No, we don't.
Just deny
Well,
it.
no, I mean, if he goes a different direction, then it just drops. You can drop it. If not, you can come
Simplest
back.
thing is defer, I think.
Not a defer.
Miss Laura?
Just deny it.
Simplify
So
deny.
I think we need to
if you
deny
were
it.
to defer it, and in the meantime, staff approves this, could he withdraw then, or should he leave this on the table?
Sure, and he can also withdraw now. The board hasn't entered into discussions. There's no motion or anything, so he is welcome to go ahead and withdraw it.
But he could also ask to defer it as
Sure.
well, just to be safe.
Now,
Absolutely.
If he withdrew it now, he'd be clean.
He'd be safe. as
But if he
well.
withdraws it, yeah, if he withdraws it, he's also safe. There's no decision, there's nothing that would stop him from coming back if he needed to.
Right, I'm just, you know, things happen, I know there's numbers on here, but say he comes up a foot short, road, just something crazy, would it not be safer for him to ask to defer?
That's my thing.
Get
'cause
staff's
what-
approval and then withdraw his application?
Oh, gotcha.
See, what if he has to come
Yeah.
back and ask for 10 feet, a 10-foot variance
I
because?
mean, there's just no telling. I mean,
Right.
you get into these things, you lose a foot here, you gain a couple inches there. I mean, it's never, you know, till a surveyor goes out there and pulls a measurement from pin to pin. I know it's written there, but when they do it again, it might not be the same. So, again, I'm not.
Then he'll be
trying
cutting
to
our
advise
tires.
you at all. But, if I were you, I would ask to defer.
So be it, I like to defer.
All right.
Now, what am I deferring?
Thank you for your time.
How long would you like to defer for?
Oh, yeah.
A date, please?
Next meeting.
30 days, adequate for you guys? 1 month. Next meeting.
30 days.
So if we can close it, we'll make a motion.
Do we have to make a motion to defer and vote?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
So I would like to make a motion.
Well, because
We still got public.
Close, we need
Gotta
to.
do public
Yeah, we need to close it.
for or against.
Thank you. Unless you got any further comments? Okay,
We got him
thank you.
thoroughly messed
Is anybody here to speak in favor of the deferral? The request? Anybody here to speak against? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Till when?
Next month.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Barbara.
John? Or
Either one, it doesn't
Doesn't
matter.
matter.
I
All right.
did second it, but I think two of us said it at the same time.
So we have a motion to defer for 30 days, or till next meeting. And a second? All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous, thank you. All right, our next case, Z 2119.
Is anybody under in their way down there that won't get removed?
I put mine in this trash can. For the poor janitor.
Recuse myself on this one.
Don't trip,
Okay.
right?
So I guess I just wait till you open it up or what?
Still on 18. This one got withdrawn.
Well,
didn't it?
For discussion, right? Or you
Yeah,
can
I'm
do
good with that.
questions as well.
Y'all recycling books?
Probably ought to just leave. She said I probably ought to just leave.
That's what I was saying.
First I was
You can
confused,
recuse
but-
yourself. Yes, why don't you do that, but you're gonna have to get into details a while. All right, hold on one second.
19, damn it. Start.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna recuse myself.
All right, we're having a recusal of a board member
Okay.
on this case. Okay.
Um,
19.
I'll just mention, for the records that item number 4, Maria Kara's, request, for an amendment, has been formally withdrawn by the applicant. So just so everyone on the board knows, and anyone who might be here to talk about that. Thank you. All right.
All right,
So I'm Rachel Grothy, zoning administrator for the county. Good evening. Thank you all for being here. So this is a variance request, case number Z21-19. And the property location is at 839 Stratford Run Drive. And the property owner is requesting a variance to the required side and rear yard setbacks in order to construct a shed and gazebo 1.5 feet from the property lines where 5 feet is required. So the project site is an approximately 27,000 square foot lot within the Baxter subdivision and is zoned traditional neighborhood development. The parcel contains one 2,200 square foot single family home that was constructed in 2007.
The surrounding neighborhood consists of single-family homes, the majority of which are constructed within 20 feet of the front property line. So the existing house is 229 feet from the front property line. So this larger setback is due to two significant rock outcroppings that are located towards the front and mid part of the lot. So the bottom image there shows the two rock outcroppings, and that was a part of their building permit submittal that I was able to find from 2007. So the property owner provided some photos of the rocks that are located in the front of their house. So these are just some images just to give you all a little bit of an idea of what's there, of the existing conditions. And then can check some drone photos. So this is an overhead view of the house from the front. So you can see some of the rocks in the right front, towards the right front of the house there. And then just some sort of different views just to give you all sort of a picture of the site. So this, you can see a bit more of the rear yard. So this here shows the backyard and the rear yard of the house that it backs up to. So it's worth noting that the adjacent rear lot, or that the home on the adjacent rear lot is approximately 200 feet from the shared rear property line, and that's where the fence is along there. So the property owner is seeking a variance to the required 5-foot rear and side yard setbacks, and this is to install 2 accessory structures. So one of them is a 160 square foot storage shed, and that's in the back right corner there. And then the second is a 444 square foot gazebo, and that's proposed there on the left. And each of the structures will be 1.5 feet from the side and rear property lines, where 5 feet is required for accessory structures. So in terms of public notification and feedback, we did receive a few calls inquiring about the request, but there was no opposition to this variance request. And now sort of in looking at the criteria, so staff found that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions that pertain to this particular piece of property. So chiefly being the 2 large rock outcroppings in the front, and that significantly limits the developable area of the lot. So staff does find that the proposed variance does meet this criteria. So the second one is sort of in looking at the surrounding area. This site appears to be the only one in the vicinity that features rock outcroppings and a single family home. And so, you know, you can tell when you're looking from an overhead that this house is constructed way far back, and none of the others in the neighborhood are. Therefore, staff finds that the proposed variance does meet this criteria. And so because of these conditions, so the rock outcroppings, the development is limited on the property. So without the variance, the property owner will not have a place in which to locate the proposed gazebo and shed. And they have a more narrow, as a result of those rock outcroppings, their backyard is not as deep as many in the neighborhood. So staff finds that the proposed variance does meet this criteria. And lastly, if this variance is granted, staff finds that it will not have a substantial detriment to the character of the neighborhood or any surrounding properties. Like I said earlier, the house to the rear, or the property to the rear, the house on that lot is over 200 feet away. So again, staff finds that the proposed variance does meet this criteria. As such, staff recommends approval as all the required findings of fact can be met. I'm available to answer any questions that y'all may have, and the property owner is here as well.
Can you go back to the drone picture? I don't think that was in our packet.
No,
so there-
no, they weren't.
What is, okay, so that's right there. Okay, so what is that protruding? It looks like there's a patio out there. Is that, have you been on site?
I have not.
Okay, and
So
maybe that's
it-
something to ask the applicant, but it looks like there's something that's on the left side of this photo, right side of the house if you're looking from the backyard. What, is that a patio? I guess maybe that's a question for the
I
applicant.
think all that stuff is paving,
Okay.
like paving on the ground or gravel. And then I want to say, you can't see it. I'm not sure if like the wood part that you see is a balcony or
Okay.
if it's a deck.
I'll save it for the applicant. I'm sure they'll answer. And is that, the green behind, is that somebody else's yard? Like, you see like a little wooded area and then there's a green space. Is that somebody's yard? It almost looks like a golf course, but.
Yes, it's someone's yard.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
it's a pretty big lot.
Gotcha.
And
Oh,
that's
bless
their
you.
backyard.
Okay.
Thank you, Rachel.
Yes.
Would the applicant please come forward?
Hello.
Hello. Good evening to the York County Zoning Board. Thank you, Ms. Asia and Ms. Rachel, for helping me out tremendously on this entire process. I'm totally new to this process, but I'm here to answer any questions that you guys have.
Did you state your name and address?
Sure. My name is Bhavin Parikh, and my address is 839 Stratford Run Drive, Fort Mill, South Carolina.
As a geologist, do you know what kind of rocks those are in your front yard?
I like those, actually. They're very
I'm joking.
It's fine.
Big ones.
Yeah, big ones.
So I guess to answer my question that I had posed to Rachel, what is that? Is that a paved patio area?
See, I never seen my house from the above, so it's different, honestly. But so the site that backyard that you see from, I'm thinking bottom one is my yard.
Right.
And that is where I like to do the construction, right? The one on the bottom right-hand side is where I would like to put the shed, and to the left-hand side is where the fire place and the gazebo area would be.
Okay, so what I'm specifically asking is, what is this area right here?
Oh, that is just the entrance to, right now it's just steps going into the backyard. That is what is going to be.
So that will remain?
Yes, ma'am, it is in process of it, so, we stop everything right now. No, sir, that's somebody else's property. Yes, sir.
And the fence will remain?
So that is the, more likely, if I would like to have another fence, but if you think I should keep the fence, then I don't have a problem with it. Because the gazebo itself probably will have some kind of support to
Sure,
it. And
sure.
so I can remove, so the thing is, the bottom side of the fence is actually built by the previous owner of the house behind.
Property?
The fence on this side, that was built by the previous owner of my house, so I own that one. So it's all kind of
Yes.
debatable.
You were looking to do some fence improvements along with this project?
The fence already exists as far as that concerns, so homeowners association has already given me permission.
To upgrade it.
So as far as there was a fence over on this side, so I'm just going to replace it to the iron fence, because I don't need any privacy, it's already private area, there is nobody's back. So it should be fine, as far as homeowners concerns as well. But as far as fence, I mean, you guys recommend me, now I don't have either way, it's fine, back fence, whatever you guys say, it's fine.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is anybody here to speak in favor of the application? Wait,
Oh, sir?
Tony, put your mic on, man.
I was trying to find my page. So my question is, and just because we run into this a lot, why can't we shorten your building size down to meet these requirements?
Oh, it has very small space actually in the backyard.
Mhm.
Respectfully, I don't have much of a backyard. I have a big front yard. But then after that, even in the back side of it, if you see, there are no other houses. Like she said, the other house is all the way in the back, and it will be wasting of the space in all reality, right? I mean, if I keep bringing it down, honestly, 5 feet and 10 foot variance is definitely, cut down a lot of space for me. I don't have any space to build anything in the back, in all reality.
Gotcha.
Very
So
congested.
I'm just looking at this sketch here. So there's rock in this area, is that correct?
Oh, no, sir, that, in the backyard, no, there is per se, there are no, per se rocks in the backyard. If that, the rocks are
I
all
thought
the way
that's
in the
why we
front.
had to scoot, hold on. My mind's a little blown from the 400 pages of cell phone tower.
I saw that.
So why are we in the setback?
So look at the screen there, Tony.
Yep.
Oh, back it up. Back up one. There you go. Do that one. So the little shed will go on the lower left-hand side.
You can kind of see it's
Gotcha.
outlined.
Looks like
Okay.
it's,
All right.
somebody
I see
drew
what
it
you're
in.
Yeah. Okay, so the gazebo, you have 16 by 16, correct? That's which, the shed is 8 by 20, and the gazebo is 16 by 16, but on this,
This is probably the right drawing, if you're looking at.
I'm looking at this drawing.
Yeah,
It's saying
so-
gazebo is 16 by 16.
So there are issues with the contractors, and this is the right drawing, I would think so.
So the gray one is the
Yes, sir.
correct
Yes,
one?
ma'am. Yes,
So it's a
ma'am.
bigger gazebo. It's like 32 by 12, approximately, correct?
Yes, ma'am, this
Okay.
is 32, and by 12, that is the
Okay.
correct one.
So this one I can scratch.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, well, that answers my question, because I was confused. Because even this says 16 by 16 on it, too.
Yeah, this is the right one. I had a hard time with the contractor, honestly, it was I got the right, so do the proper job now, so.
So when your architectural review, and I'm looking at the one that says gazebo, is that for the 16 by 16 or for the amended one that was approximately 32 by 12? Because it doesn't show a size on this letter approved on March 11th, 2021.
So I did submit this, but if you need some other paperwork from them, I'll be happy to provide it to you.
Well, if they approve the 16 by 16,
Yeah.
then we really can't, I mean,
Well, we're approving the variance, not
We're just
Baxter
approving
Community.
setbacks. It doesn't matter what size it is.
that's true.
But that's my question is, why couldn't we, I understand that there is a,
But don't we kind of consider based on if their community, their HOA approves it, and if they're approving 16 by 16,
I'll be happy to
I'm
submit
just-
this paperwork as well to my HOA if that is the concern.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, that's my responsibility.
So we could,
Defer
make
it.
it a
Well, I just
condition
want to
of
say, sorry to
approval.
interrupt.
Yes.
I don't see why you couldn't condition, if
Yeah.
you
You're right.
felt comfortable of approving, the project as he's presenting it.
Sure.
I don't see why you couldn't condition it.
Based
that-
on
yes,
approval.
that the HOA has that.
Right.
And then staff will ensure
Sure.
that we have that, because he is going to have to get a building permit
Mm-hmm.
for the gazebo, and then he has some electrical and fire stuff.
all
so
the
that
code stuff.
requires, yeah, permits
Okay.
as well, so we can
Okay.
catch it then.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to sort through all this because it was kind of confusing with the different sizes.
Well, I think Mr. Smith was asking this question, and I don't know if we really went down that path.
Did not. I've been
Is
for
is
numbers
this
over
the
here.
only option you had for a gazebo? Because apparently there were options, because you went from 16 by 16 and you grew it. So by the same token, were there any options to have a gazebo that may have been, if you had lot restrictions, could you put a gazebo up that didn't require you getting an?
So I actually went through a lot, honestly.
Is it a want
with the-
or a necessity?
I went through a lot, and this is probably, honestly, in my case, it's a necessity, how I look at it, but I really don't know how much I'm going to be able to bring it back and do this project, because this is this will, again, nobody's in the back side of it. Of course, there's a lot, and there's a house, but it's far in the back. And on the sides wise also, my neighbors are all the way in the front. Their house sits actually in the front. My house is in the back, and that is why.
Understood, but if the setbacks are there for a reason, and you submit an original plan that said, I want a smaller gazebo, and then you went and said, now I even want a bigger one.
Well, that was a misunderstanding, honestly, from the contractors, who was previously there and is no longer be working on this project. I have different contractors working on this, and this was actually done by a proper engineer, and he helped me out drawing this entire, diagrams and measuring it properly. So.
I mean, I have necessities too. 8 foot wide grill, 8 by 3 foot wide grill, and a 10-foot fireplace. I mean, I want one of those too, but that's a lot. I mean, it's a big grill. There wasn't any way you could have shrunk that down and made it work without us.
So the
having to get
grill
direct.
is a standard grill I bought, right? I mean, and we're going to properly put it in, and they're gonna have a proper pavers around it and put it properly in there.
Right.
So this is already, already invested a lot, but that's all I can say. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
And I'm not saying
the
that-
variance concern is what.
Right.
What's in there is, is the variances. I just can't do 5 foot and 10 foot and is requested, right? So.
And I'm not denying that you have a hardship by your house being slid back by the rocks. I finally understood, okay, what was going on with the rock. But, so by the time you shrink it down, it's really not worth doing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's probably, it will limit me a lot, It's, in all reality, if I put down 10 foot, like, what is required, fireplace would be very close to my bedroom, actually, in the back.
Is this your bedroom here?
The corner is my bedroom, yes, sir.
So if you had to guess, how wide would you say this was between your bedroom and the corner of the new proposed drawing here?
Looks like 5 feet.
Is there a
If
measurement?
it's drawn to scale.
There's 13.16, and we're a foot and a half off, so 13.17. Never mind, I answered that. Actually, Mr. Al answered that for me. All right.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody to speak in favor of the application, please come forward. Seeing none, is there anybody to speak against? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve with the stipulation that the county needs to see that the HOA has approved the size modifications.
I'll second that.
And I'm not sure it's my job to direct him and say whether his gazebo's big enough or not big enough, or I got a pretty big grill, but I cook a lot of barbecues. But he certainly does have a hardship with the rocks in front of the home and the small backyard, and it's a unique circumstance because the neighbor behind him is 200 feet away, or whatever that number was, a significant distance, which is somewhat unusual in the Baxter community. But it looked like to me it met all the criteria.
I agree. Any further comments, discussion? All in favor to approve with the condition, HOA approval? Raise your right hand. Did you, okay.
Yeah, I'll
I
second
just want to make sure. Derek did not, right? All opposed? Raise your right hand. Okay. 5-1. Thank you. It's approved.
I'll go get Jeff.
Good luck with the grill.
When's the cookout?
All right, our next case, number Z2120.
Oh, it back. And don't let it happen again.
All right, good evening. Case number Z2120. The applicant is Joe Coggins. The property is at 2695 and 2699 Neely Store Road in Rock Hill Community. It's zoned RUD, and they are requesting a road frontage variance. You can tell here that the site is 4.2 acres with 2 homes currently on it. It's partially wooded with a pond and a gas line bisecting it. The surrounding area consists of single-family homes and vacant land. It does not meet family exemption due to the lack of 10 acres. You can see the aerial here. And this is the proposed survey to divide out the land. It does have, they're seeking to divide out the land to separate the house out onto its own lot for a family member to use. Each new lot on Neely Store requires 150 feet of road frontage. And this new lot in red here has 25 feet of frontage, so it'd be a variance of 125 feet. Legal road frontage cannot be achieved due to the existing location of the garage. That garage is not 150 feet away from the property line, so there's no way for it to have the legal frontage that is required by code, so they do have to come for a variance. We did our public notification. We have not received any feedback concerning this request. And for the variance approval criteria, the extraordinary exceptional conditions, staff finds it does meet this. It is a legal non-conforming lot with the 2 homes in RUD on 1 lot. The current lot dimensions do allow for 2 legal road frontages, but the location of that garage restricts where everything can be. Does meet the criterion of the conditions not applying to other property in the area. Within a half mile of the property, it's the only lot to have 2 homes on it. The staff does say it meets the conditions that the application to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Right now, since it's a legal non-conforming, they are not able to build accessory structures or put additions onto the homes. If they divide it out, they will be able to use their homes more completely. And the authorization of the variance would not be a substantial detriment. Staff does believe it does meet this standard also. It's already existing. You already have 2 homes out there. You're not increasing the usage of the homes for a higher density or anything to that matter. So staff recommends approval for the road frontage variance because it does meet all the required criteria of hardship. We do have 2 conditions of approval. The 2695 Neely Store Road, the parcel 1 in red, shall have a recorded legal easement to Neely Store prior to subdivision. There is a drive that extends along the side of the road, but just to make sure that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, get that easement on there. And again, resultant lots in this shall be in substantial conformance to the submitted survey on file with us. Any deviation from the variance of 125 feet cannot be approved. It would have to go back before the board. Do you have any questions for staff?
Could you explain that, your recommended condition number 2 again, and the purpose for all of that?
Flip to it. The recommended easement for 2695, which is parcel 1 in red, the 125 feet is not legal frontage, so to create an easement through that, we create an actual access instead of illegal frontage. It's a, it's kind of belts and suspenders type thing to make sure that everything is taken care of for the future. And then the second one is to make sure everything that comes in and gets approved is approved by the board already and not something that's slightly different. Anything different from reasonably close to this would have to go back before the board.
Okay.
While you're there, so I get the garage keeps you from placing a property line or subdividing the property such that there's a 100-foot road, 100-foot of road frontage.
Mhm.
But why only 25 feet? Why not move the line? Why was it placed there? Or could it be placed, or is this a question for someone else?
Technically, for a variance, they could have requested for a 150-foot variance, not have any frontage at all, but they chose to have a little bit of frontage.
Meaning move the line farther to the right and only ask for a 25-foot variance. Is that not a?
That could be a question for the applicant.
Okay, I'm just making sure it's not a question for you before you.
No, not in
Y'all
this
had no
case.
discussions with the applicant about making it 100 feet frontage, so that it was only a 50-foot variance. Or any of that.
Because you created a flagpole lot, and I thought that was against the zoning
Flagpole
code.
lot is when it narrows below the road frontage. It's not gonna have conforming frontage no matter what, so.
Do what now? That's what I just said.
It's not a flagpole.
Oh, well, it looks like it.
It's not.
Not per our code.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. Coggins, would you like to come up?
How y'all doing? Joe Coggins. I'm here representing my sister in this. Give you a little background on how this developed. My parents bought that property and lived in the main house there in 1951. My sister moved to a house that we located on where it is now, on the side in 1974. Since then, my mother lived in the main house and she passed away at 100 years old recently. So my sister moved to her house. Then she wants to sell the second house, the one she was living in, to a family member. So for us to do that, we have to set this up for an entrance for it. Now, that driveway on the left side that shows it's been there for 75 years. It services a house to the left up on the hill. And going on into the Harris property, which the county owns now, down there. So that gravel road has been there forever. And the reason that we kind of set that up and held just an entrance on it is if you were actually there, you can see if we move it over, it's going to, the other property is going to infringe on the yard for the main property. And there's no reason for it. What we've set out is 1 acre and meets all the restrictions for well, septic, and everything. So she's going to sell it to a family member, a niece, and we just need to get that right of way so we can get into it. Any questions?
So the area where there's like 138-foot dimension, you're
saying is
I'm sorry, I'm just about deaf.
Yeah, so on the plan, that area to the right of where you're making the division, where there's a 138-foot dimension on that plan?
Right.
You're saying that open area there's like a yard?
Well, it's the way the house is positioned, the way everything's turning, you can see the angled driveway going in. If we move that road frontage over hardly at all, it would almost make this property, you're going by it to get to the main structure. So, and the niece was very responsive to all she wanted is to maintain that current driveway. There will be no changes to the property, no construction, everything stays exactly the same as it is.
So is there already an easement? I see the driveway services this house back to the left on the hill, I think as you referred to it. Is there already an easement to that house?
Well, actually, in 1951, the property that my parents purchased went on over into the left another 30 or 40 feet past that driveway and then angled back sharply. So
the driveway just follows property line.
Right,
out
so
there.
the
So
two
it kind
neighbors
of
got
moves
together.
over both sides.
Yeah,
Okay.
the neighbors got together in the 60s and decided they would change those property lines and make that driveway the property line. So they actually did that, and the plats refer that, that was done. So that kind of straightened up the property instead of going here and going back. So that was the original, and that driveway is still, a little over on the neighbor, and then comes back on us and then back, but it's just got a little crook in it.
Any further questions for Mr. Coggins? Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome.
Anybody here to speak in favor of the application? Anybody to speak against? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a motion?
Yes.
Okay, noting the conditions that were recommended by staff.
I will make the motion to approve along with the two conditions that staff recommended regarding that the easement be recorded legally prior to subdivision on 2695 Neely Store Road, which is the first parcel, and then the resultant lots shall be in substantial conformance with the plat on file with the planning department, and any deviation shall require approval by the board.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve with the two stated conditions and a second.
Yeah, I just think it meets all the criteria. I think yes, he could probably try to get a little bit less of a variance, ask for a little less of a variance, but I think regardless, we want to create a conforming use for both properties, and this is the way that they can both fully use the lots, and it's staying within the family. And I just think with the alignment of the garage and the properties, this suffices.
I agree with Barb. I'd love to see 100 foot out there on the road frontage, but I understand I'm trying to do an acre, and that's kind of the way it works out in that yard. So I think there's, like I was talking about earlier, how we have to clean up some messes sometimes, kind of left over from other things. I think this is one of them. So, but I think it's well deserving.
No further discussion. All in favor of the motion with the two conditions, raise your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you. All right. Crickets.
And a meeting. And a swearing in.
Our next case, Z 21-21.
Well, hello again, Rachel Grothy with the County Planning Department. So this is variance request case number Z 21-21. So the property location is 3474 Lake Wiley Road in the Rock Hill community. And the applicant or the property owners are seeking a variance to the required 50-foot Lake Wiley buffer in order to permit an approximately 1,100 square foot deck that is located entirely within the buffer area and approximately 25 feet from the 570 contour line. So the project site is an approximately 34,000 square foot lot in the Residential Conservation 1 Zone District. The lot is also located within the Scenic Overlay District and along the shores of Lake Wiley. The subject parcel sits across the street from Ebenezer Park and contains one 2,900 square foot home with an approximately 560 square foot attached rear deck. The project site is bounded on either side by single-family dwellings. The house was constructed in 1984, which was prior to the establishment of the Lake Wiley buffer in 2000. So as such, approximately 215 square feet of the house is constructed within the required buffer area. So this encroachment is considered a legal nonconformity and can remain but cannot be expanded. So the property owners are seeking a variance to the required 50-foot buffer in order to permit an 1,100 square foot deck within that buffer area. So just to give a little bit of context and background, in January, our code enforcement received a complaint about work that was being done within the buffer and without a building permit. So upon visiting the site on January 12th, staff found that there was a deck that had been framed out. The property owners were instructed to stop work immediately and filed for the appropriate permits. Staff returned on January 22nd, so 10 days after the initial inspection, and found that the deck was almost entirely constructed. The property owners would like to keep the deck and finish construction in order to install a swim spa. The deck is attached to the existing 560 square foot deck, which creates a 1,660 square foot deck area. So then we have some aerial photos of the unpermitted deck, just to give you an idea of where it sits on the lot and in relation to the lake. And we happened to come across a photo of the site that was prior to the unpermitted deck construction. So this is just to provide y'all with some context of what it looked like before.
Go back one picture, please. Another one. Right there.
So it's about 25 feet from the 570 contour line.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the proposed site plan. So the red line indicates the 50-foot buffer line, and as you can see, there are portions of the house that are constructed within the buffer area, and then the existing deck is also within the buffer area, and then you can see where the proposed deck is entirely within the buffer area as well. So in terms of public notification and feedback, so at the time of this report, we did receive a few calls inquiring about the request, but there was no opposition. And then moving on to the approval criteria. So in terms of extraordinary and exceptional conditions, so the subject parcel is somewhat irregularly shaped in that the front lot line is significantly longer than the side property lines. So as such, a portion of the front of the house does not meet the required front yard setback. So given the irregular shape of the lot and the 50-foot rear yard buffer, development of the site is somewhat limited. So staff finds that the proposed variance does meet this criteria. And then moving on to the second criteria, so in looking at the layout of the lots in the immediately surrounding the project site, two other lots appear to be configured in the same way. So with the front lot lines being significantly longer than the side property lines. However, the majority of the lots in the area are irregular in shape due to the meandering shoreline. So staff finds that the proposed variance does not meet this criteria. And then moving on, so while the configuration coupled with the Lake Wylie, while the lot configuration and then coupled with the Lake Wylie buffer area do restrict the developable area, the fact remains that the site already contains a 560 square foot deck. Expansion of this deck is not required for the owners to reasonably utilize their property. So staff finds that the proposed variance does not meet this criteria. And then lastly, the variance, if granted, would not be a substantial detriment to any of the adjacent properties, given that the deck doesn't encroach into any sort of side property setbacks or side property lines. So no harm will be done to the character of the district. The deck will encroach or does encroach into the buffer area, which was established to promote the public good. And additionally, the deck will be visible from the lake. So as a result, staff finds that the proposed variance does not meet this criteria. And then moving on to our recommendation, we recommend denial of the variance because not all of the required findings of fact can be met. So this concludes my presentation. If y'all have any questions for me, I'd be happy to try and answer them for you.
When county puts a work stoppage on a project like this, do you actually talk to the residents in person, or do you put like a sign up, or how do you make sure that that's communicated?
I'm sorry, that what's communicated, I'm sorry.
That they have to stop the work? I mean, are you in person talking to the people?
It wasn't me, it was.
I know, but county.
It was our, it was one of our code enforcement officers, George Wilmore, that went out to the site. And I believe he talked to them in person.
Okay.
About it, and
so it's not just
they were sent. They should have been sent
a letter or something.
Letter,
okay.
Yes,
okay.
indicating that they were in violation.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say you personally.
Okay.
Wrong use of pronouns, I guess.
What is the status of that? Are they under a fine? Are they under a penalty? What's the deal? What's the status?
Well, things sort of get, in terms of violations, things sort of get put on hold with the violation if they submit the application, whatever application is required to rectify it.
Mm-hmm.
So submitting for a buffer permit is moving towards compliance.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, the old rule used, like when I was on here 10 years ago, well, we wouldn't even hear the variance until they tore the deck off in this case, because they violated the law, period. So, and in this Lake Wylie buffer ordinance, we started granting a bunch of these, and the county councilman sued this board and won. Because going out of the Lake Wylie overlay and everything else. So that's why I'm questioning you. So they haven't been fined and nobody was stopped or anything.
well, they were instructed to stop work, but you can see.
What happened to the $465 fine?
They didn't listen.
It was standard. Nobody used to be $465. Is it $485 now? Or that kind of?
I'm not sure off the top of my head what the fees are.
The reason we did, because once it went into a fine situation, then it becomes legal and then the board steps back till that's done.
So I think this is a case of breaking the law and then coming in and asking for forgiveness, which
Yeah.
I think is what they're doing.
Can we do that? Lawyer lady?
Miss Stover?
Huh?
So I guess them getting a variance of some sort would be their way of coming into compliance?
Yeah, but.
We review these all the time.
Huh? Yeah.
We review these all the time. This is nothing.
Okay.
They get cited, they come here, they request the variance.
Yeah.
It went
Okay.
from 1 car to 10 car.
Yeah.
That's up us
I
to
just know that's an
determine.
overlay district and the view of the property is from a boat, not the side neighbors.
Sure, I would agree with that, and, you can see that's why I found, no.
No, okay.
For D, because it is visible from the
Mm-hmm.
lake.
Water.
And it does encroach into the buffer area, which was established to promote the public good.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest with you, I think the buffer ordinance was way too late. The river already was nothing but houses when they put it in. It's not like a Coney or one of those down there where they did from the get-go, you ain't building houses and decks on the water. And when you ride down there, you think there's no houses, there's gazillions of them up in the woods, but you can't see them. Thanks.
Any other questions for me?
Thank you.
Yes.
Would the applicant come forward, please?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, staff. My name is Tony Warder, my wife Marla. We reside at 3474 Lake Whitey Drive, Rock Hill. I don't know where to start because I've never done this before. I think best, sort of going towards your question earlier, of how all this started. Me and my wife decided to buy a swim spa last year, and we actually discussed it in July, and then in October we went and purchased a swim spa, and then after that was really a decision of where we were going to put it, and the logical place was to put it in front of the house, because that's where we would enjoy it the most.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
The logical idea or thought was that the best place to put the swim spa would be in front on the lakeside or back side of our house, facing the lake. We didn't want to put it on the back side, on the front side of the house, because that now looks onto Ebenezer Park, and Ebenezer Park have extended somewhat over the last year, and the parking lot that they've added is directly on our front of our property. So it really made no sense to put it there. On the left-hand side of the house, or the right-hand side facing the lake, is really what is the
At the one end of the house to
where
the
the
left.
trees are, that's all septic area. And then the front where the road is over there, there's not much room, and then you've also got the Ebenezer Park there, so we really didn't want to put it there, and then the parking lot on the other side. At the time when I started this, the spa was supposed to be delivered in March. And then in December, I started building it. And I wasn't aware that I needed a permit to build a deck. I wasn't adding any plumbing or electrical work or roofing or anything like that. It was just a deck. We needed a walkway around the swim spa, so I thought a 3-foot area on either side of the swim spa would be adequate to walk around it when I designed the deck. And then we needed a place to put some chairs. On the right-hand side, where you're going towards the cars there, that's just really a walkway going back to the carport. That's the only purpose it serves, either that or stairs. So anyway, I was going ahead building this, and then on the 4th of January, I got one of my neighbors came over and said, well, you need a permit. So I went up to York County on the 4th of January and spoke to someone there. They pulled a map and they said, well, you're inside the high water mark and you're inside the buffer, because it appeared that the buffer ran through the middle of my home, or our home. I went back and I was, what do I do? Pretty upset about that. And at that stage, we'd already started building, and I had 3 guys helping me, and we were going pretty quickly. On the 6th of January, a gentleman arrived, I have his name here, and said that we needed a building permit. So I then went up straight away the next day to the county offices and applied for a building permit and started getting all this done. Then started via emails, and I have a list of email correspondence between me and Josh, I think it was, and also the other gentleman that came round, of what I needed to do to get the building permit. And it actually turned out that what I needed was a zoning permit and not a building permit. A variance permit, sorry. Not a zoning, variance permit. I received a letter from what was his name? The gentleman that came round. Yes, George. I received a letter from George around about the 10th of January. And the letter just stated that I required a building permit. On the letter, it didn't state anything about stopping building. Now, I was in and out. I work all day, and my wife's a real estate agent. She was in and out. So these kids were carrying on building the deck. At which time they pulled the existing railing off. So I had a drop off from my existing deck, sort of down to the new deck. On the 16th of January, I think it was, I received an email from Josh saying, I strongly recommend that you stop building. On that day, I stopped building. I did not do another thing after the 16th of January. I then went a step further and put up 2 barriers on either side of the deck and put do not enter 3 things, which I have pictures of here, saying do not enter the deck. So I have done nothing since that
We
Mm-hmm.
did cover the hole in the middle of the deck which is where the swim spa's supposed to go for safety reasons, just in case.
And those initial pictures were taken around about I think when he came around on the 6th of January, when George took those initial pictures. These kids were working pretty quickly, and when I received that email from Josh saying, I strongly recommend you do not build, that was when I stopped everything. There's still significant work to be done, even though it doesn't look like that, but there's a lot of bracing that still needs to be done. The underpinning needs to be done, and so a lot of work underneath the deck. Obviously, the swim spa comes in, it's a movable object. It comes in by crane and just gets lowered into the hole. Excuse me. These would break at this time. Yeah, do you have any questions for us? Sorry.
I do. So does anyone have a copy of the work stoppage letter? Because from what, and I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, Mr. Warder, he's saying a recommendation versus a work stoppage. So can we confirm, and I'm not disputing, but
I don't have a copy of the letter that was sent out. It sounds about right if he did say that the letter did indicate that he needed to get a permit.
I have a copy of the letter.
I mean,
You have a copy of the
I
letter?
would think
Have
as
it
a
with you?
reasonable person, if you're required to get a permit, that you would stop work, but I don't know that everyone has the same thought process that I do or that y'all may have. So I don't know what else to add to that.
Mr. Waters said he had a copy of the letter.
I can speak to my email where I strongly suggested him. I was informed by George Wilmore that he had continued work. And that's why I sent an email saying I strongly suggest you stop doing what you're doing. So I can speak on that email.
That, I was just trying to do the right thing.
Okay, I got two questions.
There is a copy. Who do I give this to?
We can just
We
pass,
can
start
pass
over
it
here
around.
and we
You
can
pass
pass
it.
it down the,
Thank you, sir.
So I guess first question, maybe it's for staff, I'll ask whomever can answer it. You can go back to podium if you want.
Sorry.
Were any inspections ever performed? Because there's not a building permit.
No inspections have been performed yet
inspections
because I
have been
don't have the building permit. This is
Was there
not-
any engineering done on this deck?
Well,
Did you have a structural engineer?
No building permit's been applied for.
No, I'm asking, did you have a structural engineer?
no, I didn't have a structural, it's just a deck and I've conformed to.
That's
building-
holding up 32,000 pounds of water?
No, that deck goes down,
Oh, no. There's
that
a cement pad underneath the deck that
holds up
where
this.
the
this-
Okay,
swim
was
spa
that, was that engineered?
No, the swim spa you buy from a shop.
Gotta sit on something.
and-
What
and
it sit on, was it ever engineered?
It's, all they require is a level surface on the ground.
I mean, what year did y'all buy the house?
What's that?
When did you buy the house?
The house belonged to my parents and I inherited the house after my mom passed.
So it was built in the eighties, so you've owned it since they,
It was completed in '84.
okay.
And we bought it about, gosh, I guess about 6-7 years ago.
so you were not aware of doing any kind of structural stuff within the 570 line? I mean,
Not a deck extension. I could see like if we were extending the actual, house in my mind, a livable space, heated square foot. Yes, but for a deck extension, no. I didn't
okay.
think so.
Well, because you did sign this permit back on 4th of January 2021. You must comply with all applicable laws, ordinances, building codes, and zoning regulations. So to me, if you're signing this, you're going to want to find out what those building codes, zoning regulations, ordinances, and applicable laws are. You're signing it, saying you're going to go ahead and do all the due diligence, which you didn't do.
Well, we were required to do, that was the building permit that I applied for. And then what happened with the building permit was they said the building permit can't happen until we've got this portion of it done.
Pardon?
They pulled a permit after they were originally
Yeah, as I-
contracted about building that.
What I thought I needed was a building permit, so I went and filled out all the paperwork for the building permit. And then when I brought that around to the office, they said, no, you don't need a building permit. What you need is a zoning, not a zoning, a variance
Variance.
permit before I can get the building permit.
Yeah.
But you'd have to get your variance first.
Yeah.
Correct.
And then, once you have your variance, then you have to go pull your building permit.
Right, and we
It
know
requires,
now.
it requires
Yeah,
both,
yeah,
but,
and it just so happens that I've
We are where
already
we are.
I filled out the building permit as well, so.
sir.
But I guess my point is when you're doing something structural like this, you need to make sure all your I's are dotted, T's are crossed, you do your due diligence. Yeah. And I guess living on the lake, I can see, I mean, you've been on the lake for 7 years, your family's been on the lake. I just know, being on the lake, you know about that 570 line, you don't touch it.
And there's probably no shortage of neighbors who are under those same restrictions, who are probably willing to tell you, you can't do that.
Right.
Well, this is what I found out when my
Oh,
neighbor
yeah.
came around. Previously I lived on Lake Murray, before I got married to Marla. And I built a deck there and never seemed to have a problem. So I just thought the same thing applied. The buffer on Lake Murray wasn't as big as 50 foot. I thought maybe 10 or 15 foot, and thought what I was pulling it back off there was fine. I just don't know where else I can put it. you know, without putting a deck around it or some way to get into the swim spa.
Also, I have a question for staff. With the spa being inserted in a decking area, does that require any, you know, like obviously when you put an in-ground pool and you have to have special permits for that, does this require any, because it's not really freestanding, it's surrounded by a deck?
We'd have to, our building and codes division would look at that as it came in. When he would submit the permit, we would look at it more
Okay.
so for that standpoint. We would look at, he said it was pre-manufactured. We'd look at how the structurally sound it would be and all that stuff.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
You know, just in ending, you know, we've come here and we plead, and I understand you don't want to hear this, but we love our home, and we would really love to be able to have our swim spa. And we'll do everything that we're going to do once we get this building permit. Aesthetically pleasing, this deck will look awesome from the lake, and will only be an improvement on what's surrounding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Anybody to speak in favor of the variance request? Anybody to speak against the variance request? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. So before we make a motion, look at the condition.
It's just one.
The owner shall apply for and obtain a building permit for the deck if we approve. All right, do I hear a motion?
I will motion to deny.
Second.
We have a motion to deny and a second. Discussion.
Well, it doesn't meet all the criteria, as staff had stated. You know, he's got a 560-foot square deck already in existence that is in compliance because it's grandfathered. It was built before 2001 when the setbacks were, the Lake Wiley overlay was developed. So he's, you know, he can use his existing footprint to make a, you know, to work out a place for his spa, and pass number D either. It's to me, it's not a pretty sight. It's close to the lake shore. I think it's a detriment to the beauty of the lake.
Any further discussion?
My thoughts are, I mean, I would love to have this, I would love to have this swim spa.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I mean, had this come in before anything was constructed, I probably would have had the same opinion, which is to deny it. And the fact that it's already up, has not had any inspections.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it's got some structural considerations that would compound that. We're not here to debate that. That's really not part of this, but I just think when you look at all those factors, I have a hard time approving it.
Okay. Any further comments? We have a motion to deny. All in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. All right, next case, Holly Brown, Z 21-22.
Holly Brown. The property is at 432 and 440 Pamela Road. The zoning is RC2, and it's another variance for road frontage. So you can tell the property here is 3.3 acres with 2 homes existing on it. It's partially wooded with a single drive accessing both addresses and a neighboring home. The surrounding area consists of single-family homes on various lot sizes and a variety of residential zoning designations. It does not qualify for family exemption due to lack of acreage, length of ownership, and the proper zoning. It is RC. Alright, and I have the draft here outlining how they want to divide the land. They want to divide the land, creating individual lots for the 2 existing homes. And the second lot and home in red are to be given to a family member, prearranged agreement. Pamela Road requires 100 feet of frontage, so they are requesting a 30-foot variance for the proposed 70-foot frontage. This one, the irregular lot configuration here is due to, instead of putting it along the driveway where they would have legal frontage, the septic system for the front home is in that area, and it would divide the septic system away from the existing home and potentially put traffic over the drainage field and a tank.
You're talking about it's in blue. I just
Oh,
make sure I'm looking at the right spot. You're talking about in blue where it says gravel.
right, in the blue where they're showing the driveway,
Okay,
one way to draft would have been through that area, but there's septic systems.
okay.
All right. We did our public notification. At this time, we received 1 call inquiring about the request, but the caller did not have any concerns over the request. For the findings, we did find that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. 2 existing homes on the lot. The 2 homes are, again, similar situation to the previous one. They cannot they cannot add on to the homes. They cannot have accessory buildings due to the 2 homes. In addition, the septic system being in that area, they are not able to put the path of the road frontage in that area. Within a half mile, in the second condition, I'm getting tired, variance approval criteria, not applying to other property in the area. It does meet this criteria. They're the only lot within a half mile with 2 homes on it. And the grandfathered use of 2 homes on the lot would not be able to expand the homes or put accessory dwellings on it, so it does meet the criteria of effectively prohibiting or unreasonably restriction of the property. And the authorization of the variance would not be a substantial detriment. The staff finds it does meet this criteria also. It already has 2 homes on there. We're not expanding or increasing the use of the property. Due to meeting all the criteria, staff recommends approval of the road frontage variance. We do have 2 conditions of it. Again, these are very similar to what we've done earlier this evening. Recorded legal easements created for the existing or proposed utilities. The septic systems and wells on the lots is kind of commingled back in there a little bit with the older, kind of cleaning up the area, making sure everybody has access to what they are actually on. And the other condition would be the variance would become null and void if further lots are divided out. I'm gonna go back to you have any questions for staff?
Well, you say that the variance become null and void, but they wouldn't be able to subdivide it anyway, would they?
Always a variance.
Huh?
There's always a chance for a variance request.
A variance to the variance?
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
the driveway currently cuts through, we'll call it the blue lot,
The blue lot, yes.
but we're giving road frontage to the red lot on the other side.
Yeah.
If they were to place a driveway solely on their property, it would be within 20 or 30 feet of what appears to be the driveway for the blue lot. Is that an issue?
That's why, one of the conditions would be for the easements. It's not just for septic systems and wells, it'd also be for access. The home,
Yeah, but what we said is they can remain to have, they can continue to have access to the driveway that's on the blue property, but what if they said, we don't want to cross their property anymore because, you know, maybe there's some issue. We're going to now put a driveway solely on our property. Does that become a problem?
Pamela Road is not designated as a minor, major, or arterial. It doesn't, quite frankly, meet the connection requirements for future traffic expansion.
Okay.
So
No issue?
it's residential. It's
Okay. Just make
What-
sure.
Again, what was the issue about the septic drain field and where that is located?
the septic drain fields for the mobile home in the blue lot are to the, looking at this picture, to the bottom of it. So if they wanted to do the legal frontage for the second home through that area, it would be subdividing the septic system away
Okay.
from.
Okay. Any further questions for staff? Thank you. Would the applicant come forward?
Hi, I'm Holly Brown and I live at 517 Gilead Drive, and my husband and I own this property. And before I knew that I could not split the property, I did a notarized agreement with my cousin, and he has paid us in full over the last 8 years, and I really would like to be able to give him his part of the property, which is in the red. So that's why I've requested the variance. So, and you have a copy of the lease agreement that we did.
I was reading the lease agreement and I was like, okay, what's going on here?
I thought, it was handed down. My grandpa had the whole tract of, it was over 10 acres originally. He split it between his 3 sons, one of which is my cousin's dad and my dad, and then my dad gave me the whole portion and the bottom part went to my brother, and so now I just want to keep that front acre and divide it and give the rest to him. So that's why I'm here. Any questions?
Any questions? No. No?
And I had to wait until the end, so I don't want to.
Is that too hard chip she's saying?
Yes.
You have all that money in escrow just in case?
All right, thank you.
Thank
you. Anybody to speak in favor of the request for the variance? Anybody here to? Nope. Anybody here to speak against? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Do we have a motion? Yes, there are 2 conditions on page 145 recommended by staff.
Motion to approve the staff conditions.
I'll second it.
We have a motion to approve and a second with the conditions listed on page 145. Condition 1, recorded legal easements will be created for existing or proposed utilities such as wells and septic systems for existing structures and shall be indicated on the plat. And number 2, this variance will become null and void if the resultant lots are further subdivided. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, our next case and last case, Z2123.
Last case of the evening, I promise. I'm not gonna keep you here longer, even though you enjoy our company. All right, case number Z2123. The applicant is Corey Goldstein. The property is at 490 Rowells Road, and it is an RUD zoning. They are requesting a variance for curb cut separation. This property, it has come in for preliminary plat. It is irregularly shaped with a very small frontage onto Rowells Road that opens up into the back. They are requesting to put in 16 lots into the back there. They have been approved for everything except for the curb cut variance. You can see the aerials here. You can see it backs up to New Indy there, to give you an idea of where they are. A survey here showing they have an existing small road that travels the length of the property, crossing over a man-made dam. And then the frontage of the lot we are talking about is up at the top. I've got the survey here showing the proposed lots for the preliminary plat. So this was provided. It is the frontage. You can kind of tell there are multiple homes in the area that have their existing driveways on the on Rowells Road. Currently, right now, the access to this lot is considered a driveway, but when they upgrade to a subdivision, it would be a road. And it does not meet curb cut separations for the neighboring properties. They have been working with the neighbors to have access, the adjoining neighbors to have access onto the new road, Empyrean Way. Everybody was on board, so to say, until the, right here it says Wildflower Homes. It is a manufactured home community, and it was sold, and the new owners backed out of the agreement. So they are no longer willing to give up their encroachment onto Rowells Road, which you can tell I have it highlighted in orange is the particular one. It is right next to the future road. So here's an aerial shot kind of showing you where the
Trailer park is.
the curb cuts are. The long road here extending to the bottom is the future location of the new road. The mobile home park it has actually two accesses onto Rowells Road. You can't see the one farther off the screen here, but it has the one onto Rowells Road. They also have had some access onto future Empyrean Way, the driveway. The home across future Empyrean Way has agreed to access the new road.
Excuse me, did you say the mobile home park has
Yes.
agreed to access?
The previous owners had
Previous,
a
not the
handshake
current,
agreement,
not the
but
current.
it's sold, not the current ones.
What about the other one, the residence that, can you go back this way? So that residence is to the.
This one?
Yeah, that
Northeast?
one. Do they have agreement with them?
Yes, they do.
Is that still in place?
It still holds. They are willing to provide access for all adjoining property owners to have access to the new road. And they still are willing to have the mobile home park have access onto the road also. So we did our notification. After 4 o'clock this afternoon, we did get 2 emails that came in from neighboring property owners expressing concern about the variance. They both opposed the project. The findings, we did find that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. The irregular 50-foot road frontage on Rowells Road, it happened after, it's a remnant of land subdivision from previous decades. It was not created by the current owners. And we did not find that the conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Within a quarter mile in either direction, there are 3 properties, including this one, that don't have the road frontage. And there are also, in addition, 6 properties in the area without road frontage at all. So it is not the only one that has irregular road frontage in the area. It does not meet the application for effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. RUD zoning allows for single-family homes. They did also have agreements with the neighbors for the adjoining properties. They could still try to get an agreement with the mobile home park with additional tries. It doesn't meet the substantial detriment to adjacent property or to the public good. It is a 16-lot subdivision with a curb cut, and will restrict the usage of the curb cut for the existing mobile home park. It has 6 existing homes in it. So staff recommends denial of the road frontage, says road frontage variance, the curb cut variance, I apologize, because the proposed variance does not meet all the criteria. We do have, if the board recommends approval, we do have the recommendation that all adjacent lots to Empyrean Way shall be provided access to the new road. That is a handshake agreement with the neighboring owners, but we would like to have that in writing. Do we have any questions for staff?
That last condition, though, that's only the applicant can offer that. The other ones, you need access from them too, don't you?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Go back to that condition. You lost me. And that's easy to do. All adjacent lots, but that's only gonna apply to this applicant.
The, yes, the applicant must provide access to the adjacent lots along the existing driveway.
Right.
They don't have to accept it.
But they don't have to accept it.
Correct.
That's what I was worried about. Okay. I got it now.
So the only,
Sounds like
the only use for this property without any variance is a single residential?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further questions? No, thank you. Will the applicant come forward, please?
I've got presentation forward button.
Holy cow. What a night. I'm exhausted. I can't imagine what you guys are dealing with. First off, thank you very, very much. Building, Development, Planning Board, thank you, Zoning Board, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. And my name is Corey Goldstein, and I have a team of people with me today. These are volunteer people, except for somebody that Frank will introduce you. And I wanted to take a moment to introduce them, so because they'll speak for a moment or two.
And your address, sir?
My address is 168 Highway 274, number 309, Lake Wiley, South Carolina, 29710.
Thank you.
Mr. Frank Talbot.
Good evening. My name is Frank Talbert. I'd like to express my thanks again for being here, but also to the planning and development staff for the hard work that they've done and the assistance they've given us, our team. We've been at this actually a couple of years. And the group that you see here tonight, we're friends of Corey, basically. This is a volunteer army, except for our attorney, and we may not let him speak.
And your address, sir?
My address is 309 East Avenue, Park Ridge, Illinois. Some of us have come quite a way to be here tonight in support of Corey. We have, I'll just introduce quickly, our engineer, Eric, and business partner, Ben, and our attorney, Jeff. Basically, we have been at this, as I said, a couple of years, and we are 20 acres, as you saw. It was a very accurate presentation Marion did of the conditions that we have. We're here because we have been planning for a couple of years on the subdivision of 16 lots, and we're now left with coming to request this variance as the last piece to come into place so that we may proceed. I think what there is to do, unless there's other questions, is to go through the points of hardship that we feel we have. I'm happy that the staff felt that in the first condition, they were in agreement that we were in compliance. And then we'd like to just give you our view, as we've been at this a while, of how we see the other points of hardship. First, beginning with B, the evaluation of other properties and are we unique? Yeah, please.
Okay, great. Doing a tag team like the WWE here. So, if that's okay. So, we've got, in our analysis, to fully work off the building and zoning response, within a quarter mile of our site, which is located as parcel number 3, there are currently 23 lots on Rowell's Road that the building department planning has identified. And of these 3, 2 of which they identify, number 1 and number 2, as the most comparable, most similar to ours. And so what I'd like to do is share with you actually the uncommon situation that we have associated with parcel number 3 as compared to parcels number 1 and 2. So, okay, so zooming into parcel number 1, 0059. It's 8.695 acres. It's got 62 feet of frontage. There's a condition there you can see that has water, which we'll discuss in a moment. It has no Army Corps of Engineer approval, which we'll share a little bit about later. And it currently has RUD zone. Yeah, which one is this thing? Okay. Okay, great. Let me go back to this real quick. So.
Really going back.
Don't hold the button.
Have you relived this night, okay? All right, I apologize. Don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. Let's see. Very good. Okay, so the frontage, the width of the current road is actually 20 feet. And as you well know, a county road will require 22 feet in width, and that's going to result in the removal of some trees. There are 3 trees that are hardwood trees that would need to be removed from the entranceway of the property. The property does have active wetlands on it, and in a conversation that we had with the owner, Mr. Hovis, I asked him, I said, have you ever had a Army Corps of Engineer analysis based upon the water condition? He said, no, I've never had any of that, but my backyard gets wet. Didn't say flood, but he's downhill, so he gets a lot of water. Parcel 2, 0037, which was the second parcel that was selected by board, or pardon me, by planning, is that we can see that, well, you'll see in a moment, by the red arrow, that's where the house sits. That's where the arrow is right now. That's where the house is. Here's what's interesting about this parcel. It's actually split by a road, Clemens Road. So the actual frontage of the property that is owned by Mr. McCullen is on Clemens Road. It's a county road and not a state road. So this parcel does have frontage. It's actually, I guess, backage, if there is such word. It backs to Rowell's Road. It's a quarter acre, which is the quarter acre west of Clemens. To the opposite side of the street is the remaining balance of the lot. So it's kind of an interesting thing. Which came first, the chicken or the egg, right? Did the road come first or the lot? Actually, I had an opportunity to speak with the county about that, Dave Sabatini, and he really added a lot of insight into what was true about it. So This property is actually not a comparison because it's not even on a state road, it's on a county managed road. And the lot itself is is 8/10 of a total acre, so it's not even a divisible lot. And here is the property, which is the subject of the analysis here. This is the east side of Clemens Road. Moving over to our parcel, which is parcel 007. We are the contract purchasers of the property. It does have IUD zoning, and we can see the sight lines here. This is looking west. This is looking east. There's more than 1,000 feet of sightline clearance. So once again, and I'm afraid to go backwards, so I won't do that. We can see that it's a clear shot. This is the parcel that we're speaking about. It is 20.99 acres. Kind of looks like a old school bow tie. That is our road that extends up 500 feet to Rowell's Road. Here are the current 4 properties that this road actually services. This road does service, we are Amore Estates. It does service the Gaskin property, the Hinson property, and the Catawba Hills property. They have 6 trailers, single wides and 1 double wide. The second double wide is the bottom Catawba Hills. They actually have no access road without our road. Either does Mr. Gaskin. So we have also got we received a letter from Mr. Gaskin, the gentleman who's closest to the entranceway of the subdivision, our proposed subdivision. And he supports this, this development. He also acknowledges that there are people using our road. The trailers in front of Rowell's Road use our road. You'll see some pictures in a moment that clearly show ruts in the road, people using it, et cetera. And he is, he's been there for a while now, and he is on board with us, which is wonderful. This is the road that actually leads up to Rowell's Road. The left side, which is a little drive, is the road that services the secondary house behind the trailers. So without that, they'd actually have no access to Rowell's Road. The house to the front is Mr. Hinson's house. On the opposite side of that house is Rowell's Road. This is the house, the trailer right behind the 6 trailers, which is part of the same lot owned by Catawba Hills. And here's how they access Rowell's Road, over our road. Mr. Hinson has 2 means of egress. He uses Rowell's Road, and he also uses our road. He uses our road. He's in the heating and air conditioning business. He likes to drive on our road so he doesn't, quote unquote, rip up his own road. And so, and he's on board with working with us here. We also have, what is also very unique about this, our property, is that we have, as Frank said, we've been, over the last 2 years, working on this. And as the board knows, how difficult it can be to obtain Department of the Army, Army Corps of Engineers letter. And absolutely, and it really took something. And so we were actually able to get that, and no other property in this location of all the doors that we've knocked on, and both myself and my business partner Ben have knocked on a lot of doors, and not one person has actually had a conversation about the future development in the area, nor had any form of acknowledgement from the Army Corps that it's either there's no permit required or a permit required, and that makes us a very unique set of circumstances. Also, I believe, Mr. Quarles, you had indicated, I believe it was you, maybe it was Mr. Craig, who indicated that you had a question, I think it was about an easement. a simple solution to solve the problem associated with granting people rights of access. Well, those rights of access actually have been recorded. They've been recorded 7 years ago. The contract seller is an attorney by the name of Peter Perrell. He and I have become friends over the years, and he provided this copy for us, and it clearly shows that an easement was created between Mr. Peter Perrell and the prior trailer home owner, Mr. Canty. And it was a mutual easement. Both parties had signed the agreement, and it gave access to everybody. So the concern about, well, can we take away that? There's no reason to. We want to be able to make sure that everybody thrives and everybody wins over there. And so that easement is already in place and in good standing. We've also submitted for the South Carolina Department of Transportation. Dan Hopkins, and this board knows Mr. David Gamble. You can see that they reviewed the comments associated with our submission, and there are a couple of things that, a couple I's and some T's that we have to cross, although we're heading in that direction. And the vast majority of all the documentation has been submitted, and I think there's just a couple of small things. You can take a look at the letter date was yesterday. So we've been hustling to be able to get the 2 years, and we're down at the 99.9 yard line. And also, Mr. Dave Gamble acknowledges that we like if everybody just came together, right? We like if everybody just came together and they used one road. We use the road that we're creating. So that was a really nice thing for him to be able to write. And
if I may, so what we have done as we've designed our road is offer to create and pay for access curb cuts to the two neighbors along Rowlands Road on either side to our Imperium Road, and create, sort of clean up that intersection, if you will, hopefully, by creating a controlled intersection with a stop sign and offering that access to those two neighbors. I'd like to move on to C.
Well, let me just finish this up for a second. So the two parcels that were used as comparable properties, they're not comparable properties at all. And I believe that they missed the mark to accurately reflect all the work that's been done to really get granular in identifying what we really have here versus what exists in the area. So I believe we meet the mark as having a unique set of circumstances and the hardship of the feat.
As going to item C, because of these conditions, the application of this chapter to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit unreasonably restricted use. So our response to this is that per the zoning ordinance, subdivision is a by right use of this property, and also it speaks to the fact of our uniqueness in the sense that we have 22 or 20 acres, almost 21, but yet only this narrow throat. Without the variance, we would be prohibited from the by right use of subdivision, not multifamily, but subdivision.
Can I ask you a question? So, explain to me how you have a by right subdivision.
Subdivision is allowed in the RUD district.
If you have proper road frontage.
Beg your pardon?
If you have the proper road frontage.
I'm sorry?
If you have the proper road frontage.
Yes. Well, that's what we're here asking for the variance for.
Right, but I'm just trying to clarify, you're
As a
saying
matter
by
of-
right
I'm
subdivision.
strictly limiting my comment to a matter of use, land use, not road design.
I'm Eric Engelbart, I'm an engineer and
an engineer. I live at.
Microphone, please, and your name and address.
Thank you. Eric Englert. I live at 3316 North Tryon Avenue in Charlotte, North Carolina. And the regulations provide for a 50-foot access way for a road. And we've met with, once this is approved, the variance, we would be meeting all the requirements of subdivision and zoning as per our preliminary plat approval, which is contingent on a variance approval. So to address the as right is we meet all of the requirements. The staff has agreed we meet all the requirements other than this one, which is why we're here.
Okay. Anything you want to add?
Go ahead.
Okay. In terms of D, detriment to the community, to the surrounding area, I'm going to sort of zoom back before we come into the properties. Can we find one? I am going to go back. I apologize. So I think we see it here. Here's better. RUD, rural, a rural district. I understand. Rural. And how does one experience rural? I gave you my Illinois address. In fact, I grew up and started my career here. And what I remember about this area and about as I experienced this RUD district is like everyone else. It's primarily what I see from the road. Okay, and what I see mainly from the road, you can see reflected on this diagram, where the vast majority of properties along the road are smaller lots than ours and have single-family homes relatively close to the road. And what I will call, as I look down that long straightaway of Rowell's Road, the visual corridor, if you will, what I experience is a series of single-family homes. And in that visual corridor, we will not be impacting the character, the rural development character of those vertical structures, because our development is well off of the road and not within the visual corridor. So I believe that we do not negatively impact the nature or the character of the surrounding area. Nor do we believe that, and Corey may want to speak to this a bit more than I, nor do we believe that we are a detriment to the adjacent property owners either. I'd like to just wrap up one thing. I read in your comprehensive plan, one of the items that was left as a wish going forward was that before people come and ask for the very variance that we're here requesting tonight, that people exhaust all other possibilities. And as we said a couple of times, we've been at this a couple of years, and I can tell you that we have approached every single adjacent property owner in some fashion, looking for other means of access, and finding none through really extensive efforts. We're here asking for this variance, and you may want to speak to the adjacent.
Yeah, very good. Just to wrap this up. The staff did find that the proposed variance does not meet the criteria, and as Frank was sharing, our response is that there is actually no detriment to the adjacent properties, as all the access that we proposed already exists. And it's already being used by the current landowners. We do not propose to change the current access but only to improve the driveway to our road and the road for other people. And as I shared before, the 2014 easement that was negotiated and created between all the parties created a safer and even safer access for ingress and egress. And we mentioned we'll go into.
So, let's take questions.
Yeah, very good. Thank you for all that. That was a lot of stuff. Holy cow, I think my head was ready to explode, so I can't imagine what you guys were.
When you say you're improving the road conditions, how will that be? Are you gonna pave it with drainage ditching on the sides?
Right now, it's a driveway, and what we're gonna do is create a road that meets county requirements, including pavement, sub-base, and it'll be a curb and gutter road, which is the only version that's allowed in our 50-foot right-of-way.
Okay, so access to the two, at least the two neighbors, one of them in the double wide trailer park that definitely will need it, right? Because that's the
Sorry,
only
can you
way.
say that again? I didn't quite hear that.
The occupant of the double wide trailer only gets to the main road from your road.
That's correct. He will have an apron, and he'll have an apron that leads to that road.
And then the other two areas, also where the other 5 trailers come out, and the neighbor to the north.
That's correct. Everybody will have that as part of an improvement area.
Okay.
It's reflected in the designs that we've done and submitted.
Is there currently a recorded access easement or anything that gives that property owner access down your property? He doesn't have to trespass every time he comes home.
That's correct. There's a mutual agreement, and it's in your package, I believe. And we can go back to it, but boy, I'm afraid to hit that button here. That easement.
You don't have to hunt it.
All right, well,
Your response is fine for me.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that easement provides, if we look at it, it's the grant towards the owner of a certain property, we're 007, and 040 is the trailers. So they give us an easement, we've given them an easement, so it's a mutual agreement. And,
But-
So, at one point in time, there was an agreement with the Sunflower folks, I think it was, that they were willing to close their access to Rail Road and have a new access off your road. And that agreement has gone sideways with the new owner.
Unfortunately, the prior owner, great lady, pastor out of Charlotte, sold the property in December of 99. Pardon me, of 2019, pardon me, let me reset my clock. And after that happened, you know, we've been back and forth numerous times in conversations.
And the current easement allows for all 3 properties, but the house in the back. Easement allows for all of those areas, all those different property owners, access on our current driveway, which we intend to create a county-approved road. So we would continue all of their access, but it would be a public road instead of a private easement.
Right, which would be great if they would all tie onto it, but the Sunflower folks are throwing a kink in your ballgame, because neither the county nor the DOT are in the business of taking away people's accesses.
That's correct, although there are regulations that provide for that within the, yeah, that's good, that's a very good point. In conversations with Mr. Gamble, we did a FOIA request on all the properties in the area. And at no time was there ever a permit pulled on that drive. So we could pull up and take a look at it, but yeah, and yes, they do. If we look at the other, there's actually 3 access points for the trailers, not 2 access points. One is on the far western side of the property. We could take a look at that. There's actually a culvert there, and it's about 350 feet. approximately 350 feet to the west of our road. And there's also the little drive they have. There we go. Very good. So we
Yeah.
can see.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that they won't play ball to clean that intersection up, for sure.
Well, they do have another way, and you can see by that Google Earth where address 510 is, there is a road that goes across, and that's actually 26 feet. So that did look like it existed before. I went on Google Maps to find it. We haven't done a track or title search on it, although when the property was purchased, in 1986, they installed the trailers. Trailers were installed in 86. And one of the properties, or one of the trailers that were there is from 1973. So it goes from 1973 to 1994. And the very first trailer on the far side is in state of disrepair and hasn't been, addressed. So, that's our desire. Go right ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. Also, from the drive, if you look at the driveways, and I'm not sure if it's clear in the photo, the one that's to the left, I don't know how to point it, sorry.
You're fine, I'm with you.
But that driveway exists, it's clearly been there a long time, it's just overgrown from disuse. And it has a culvert underneath. The one that they created, that's the one in question, was created apparently without a permit, which is technically illegal. And it's clear that it was not installed by regulations because it's missing a culvert. It's actually, the state would never allow a driveway onto their property without a culvert when it's clear it's a ditch that conveys water. So there's some question, we've talked with the state. I'm not gonna say what they say because I can't prove it, but they have some question of, did they approve it? My interpretation of that conversation is they didn't approve it. And I would not believe that they'd allow a constructed driveway without a culvert. And you can see the erosion if you were to go there. And it's starting to potentially undermine Rowell's Road because it ponds in that, because it won't continue through all the other culverts. And that stems through, I don't know if you can see it from all the photos.
So what's your plan if we were to grant this and you were to build a road in there? What are you gonna do then? To keep it from damaging your road?
We are not, it's not our property, so we can't say or do anything to their driveway if you granted the variance.
We will be providing access for them.
Right, we would provide our own access, and the state would see about, because we talked to them, and the state may choose to put in a culvert up there, because they want it there. It's in their property.
Yeah, sorry,
He answered my question.
So the state would choose to put in a culvert at the drive that would be right adjacent to your drive?
They would, because it would be, it's currently required. It's missing. If they wanted to, it's on state property, they could put in a culvert if they chose to.
Or they could take it out if they chose.
I was gonna say, could they shut it down?
Them saying we may put a culvert in it was not,
Compliant.
that was interesting to me.
Our road will have one.
I think the point.
Sure, yeah, yours will be the code, I understand that completely.
The point is that it was an unpermitted drive.
Just dig the ditch out.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
at this time, we're right at the 10 o'clock mark.
yes. We need a motion to continue.
Motion to continue past 10 o'clock.
Second.
All in favor?
I could go for a
2-minute break.
Let's let these gentlemen finish real quick, and then we'll.
Have y'all
take
wrapped up?
I do too.
I think we're done with our prepared comments.
Okay, motion for a 2-minute break?
I got one question while you're standing there.
2-minute
I
break?
don't know how
2 minutes.
important
Okay.
it is or not, but I'll ask it. On one of those drawings, there's 2 ponds about, I don't know, a
Yes.
third of the way in.
Saw that.
And the driveway comes in and it seems to, on the survey, which I can now not find, it looks like it's like a dead end. And then when you go on the other side of the ponds, there appears to be like a road that winds off of it. But when you look at the map, it looks like that all connects up. Like there's two ways around one of those ponds. Is there a reason for that? Is there another?
There's one there, there's between them.
In the existing condition,
No, meaning is there someone else, that other road that's kind of not shown on the survey, is that somebody used that, or why is it just happen to be there to get around the pond?
Excuse me, was there, which,
I
property?
wish I could find what's the name maps now, I don't know where it happened to it.
You're talking,
Here you
Oh,
go.
here it is, this one?
So on this, there's a,
can we approach it?
you can.
Okay, it's really small. One's
Look right there!
8.5.
Okay, so there's a pond right here.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like it's.
It's either 185 or 188.
And the road ends there, and there's a little Y here, but in reality, when you look at kind of aerial, it looks like that road
There's two
is a road
ponds.
that goes through there around that pond. Was it just there because that's what somebody did, or somebody used that?
Yeah, there's a drive, so what he's pointing to is, once you go, I call this road down the once you go through the 50-foot right-of-way to the back of the property, there's an existing cart path, I don't know what you really call them.
500 foot. It's a 500 foot road you're talking about.
Yeah, it's 500 feet, our 50-foot right-of-way is about 500 feet long. And that's our driveway. Our driveway continues in between the two, I'll get to the split in just a second. So one part continues along our property between the two ponds. You drive a pickup truck down, and it actually goes all the way down to the power lines. It runs the whole length of the property. And you'll see that on our property map.
Right.
And then where you're talking about is, as soon as you get through the 50-foot, there's a gravel area that says do not trespass. And there's a sign there that says that. So you come through and you continue with us, and to the right it says do not trespass onto that property.
So nobody's using that,
It,
meaning
I
if
do
it
not
goes
know.
away, it's not landlocking somebody.
no, it's part of a property that fronts on Clemens Road.
Okay.
It's the back corner as far away from Clemens Road as that property has.
That's what it appeared, but I just want to make sure. Okay, that's the question I had.
All right, thank you. We're gonna have, what, 2-minute break here? We'll come back and you
Thank
can.
you, everyone, for
Oh,
staying late.
Yeah.
And, for that.
We'll be right
Really great.
back.
And does the applicant have any other comments they'd like to present?
Hi, I'm Eric again. So just to sum up a couple things that make us unique. First is we have Army Corps approval that we are non-jurisdictional, which is not easy for them to say something like that, as I'm sure you guys have seen. You've also seen that of the flag lots that basically we're flag lot now stripped to a bigger area, there's only one that's near us, and out of 30 to 30, I forget the exact number, about 30 lots. So that's a fairly unique, and for them to develop, they also would have a drive, all of their driveways are also too close, which is what our variance is for. So we are unique in that we are presenting a project that comes before you with that requirement. If they were to do that, the only other one in the area, they would also have to come and prove all of the four criteria. You'll also see, and Ben, can you help me find that one slide with the water? You'll see that throughout all of the lots in the area, there from the county GIS, there are other water bodies that will have to go through Army Corps waters of the state requirements. We're also, as you also heard, with our current easement becoming the road, we're not removing anyone's access or creating anything detrimental to them. We're actually improving the conditions. And then just last thing is, in the staff, I believe she said it, was our preliminary plat, other than the variance, is approved. So the only comment remaining with staff is that we get this variance because of the driveway requirement, the driveway curb cut separation distance. Otherwise, we've met all staff requirements in both subdivision and zoning. And thank you for your time, and I won't take up more. I just wanted to sum up those couple key things. Thank you.
Thank you.
This bill has to go to the planning commission. That was a yes.
Okay.
It's still what?
It still has to go to the planning.
Through planning commission.
Correct.
I was looking for that Corps of Engineer letter again, because they did not actually do an evaluation, did they? They didn't have somebody go out there and say whether it was jurisdictional wetlands.
My name, sure, I can speak to that. My name is Ben Gaben, 109 Amethyst Circle in Arden. And I was one of the people that dealt with the Army Corps. We worked with Jonathan Schwartz was his name. And we had a scientist come out, a wetlands specialist, who first of all wrote a letter for us that there were no wetlands on site. And then we had the Jonathan Schwartz from the Army come out and meet with Corey on the property, and he confirmed that that was true. And then Jonathan determined that because of that, there was no need for a jurisdictional determination. And he spoke with Jeff Smith in the county, and I forget Jeff's superior. And we have email confirmation that the county was convinced with the conversation and the letter from the Army Corps. And the county said that there was no further action required on that point. Furthermore, I'm not sure everybody had a chance to look at that last handout that got passed out with all of the water issues. If you just look at all of the blue lines on that, that was a substantial issue for us that we had to overcome. It's all over the place if you look at that. We feel like that is another point which makes our property extraordinarily unique, because we were waived from that requirement after many conversations with the Army Corps.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody else to speak in favor of the variance request? Anybody here to speak against the variance request?
Aw.
Good evening. My name is Tona Adams, and I live at 424 Rowells Road, which is in the Catawba community. And this is quite an impressive team we have here, but the thing that I've noticed is that none of them live in the community. So I'm here kind of on behalf of, there were several other neighbors that spoke to me, and our biggest concern is, how is this going to impact our community? We live in a rural area that is very quiet. Obviously, if we were in the, had a desire to develop and make a bigger area, many of us would have already done that. So our biggest concern, first of all, is that we've kind of been blindsided. I have myself. The first thing that I heard was when I got this notification about what their request for the variance. So I really am not sure how that's going to impact my property and what it's going to look like after everything's said and done. Am I going to have a big road running back through the backside of my yard? Am I going to have a neighborhood that, you know, suddenly appeared that wasn't there when I purchased my property? So there's just a lot of questions as to what is this going to make our existing life look like. Which, you know, maybe it's not considered a valid concern, but personally, living out there for 21 years, it is definitely a valid concern of mine. And I will say that Mr. Goldstein approached me last summer and asked to purchase some of my property, and I refused. And he asked me several other times to consider selling him 6 acres of what was classified as worthless property. I don't know, maybe it is worthless, but it's mine. I am not in the, I'm not in the developing business, okay? And I don't have attorneys, obviously. As you see, it's just me. I don't have a team to support me as I walk in to try to defend what is personally mine. So I really am concerned. I'm really concerned. What is this gonna do? What is my home, my place of living gonna look like once they have finished doing the things that they desire to do? And then, of course, most important is that I don't understand, with them not living in the area or them not actually owning the property, what their wish is. I guess I'm kind of just in a place of not understanding, feeling like I have no knowledge of. And if this variance goes through, what does that mean to me? So that's the reason I'm here to oppose it this evening.
And what was your address, what's your location of your property relative to the,
I'm at 424 Rowells, Rowells.
Is there a way to see?
And what happens, I don't have anything. The 21 acres actually bumps up to the backside of mine, kind of in the bow tie area.
That's it with the north of ours, with the water going through?
Right there, at the top. That's the backside.
Gotcha.
Of my property.
So question, I went through something similar in the neighborhood I live in. Developer was interested, couple 100 acres next to our community. There was a public hearing and they had to come and provide a master plan, et cetera. We got to ask questions, oppose, et cetera. Have you not had an opportunity to see any kind of master plan of what they're looking at? Or is this your first forum?
Other than him asking to purchase property from me last summer, this is the first I've heard. And to my understanding, the neighbors that are, because I have neighbors that their property kind of lines up to an angle, and basically what would happen is whatever occurs is gonna cut across through their backyard and then will be right beside of my home. And none of them really have an understanding or have been, has had any clarification as to what's going to happen and how that's gonna impact our current property. We have no idea. We've heard nothing. I think that if I had, because I'm all for developing, I'm all for improvement, but I need to have some idea as to what type of improvement is gonna occur, what kind of development is gonna occur. Is this gonna be something that's gonna be beneficial to me as a homeowner that has been there for 21 years? Or could this be possibly a situation where I might, 10 years down the road, decide to relocate and the value of my property has been completely destroyed? I don't know those things. But guys, in 10 years, if I do decide to sell my property, I sure would like to make a profit because I'm not getting any younger.
Okay, so do you feel as though if you were shown those details?
I think that if we had time, I think that if we were shown the details, and I think that if we knew exactly how it was going to impact each of us, that it would be of a great value. I think that we would probably be more willing to work with Mr. Goldstein and his team. I think that all of us feel, like I said once again, that we've been blindsided because we're not developers. We're just a group of country folks living out in the woods and loving it. And I've really enjoyed not having neighbors for 21 years. That's right there in my front yard and right there on the side of my house. It's really nice. And the last thing I want to do is walk out on my porch and hear a bunch of traffic flying through after I've gotten accustomed to that lifestyle for 21 years. So,
And you communicate well with your neighbors? Is
yes,
that right?
I do. And my neighbors have said that they are very concerned and that they do not want. So,
Okay.
We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a long night for you too.
Okay.
Oh.
To address what I heard is the main concern is not being notified of what we're proposing to do. We're still in the planning stage with the county. So while it's in public records, there have been no hearings. We're not at that stage yet. So I could completely understand why this would be a surprise. But we're still working with the staff. And that's why she may not have heard anything about it other than us approaching her to see what is the availability of possibly buying part or all of her property.
Well, you must have some kind of renditions, plans for your 16 homes, 30 by 50 feet with individual septic systems and wells, right?
We do. They're public record with the county,
And buffers,
meeting all the requirements as of this time.
so the buffer with adjacent properties having vegetation buffers? Or no buffers?
It doesn't have buffers, but it meets all of the regulations for zoning and subdivision in the preliminary plat approval. Long story short is we're not required, based on our zone and size of the lots that we're creating, we're not required a buffer as you're used to seeing.
Okay.
I have a question. So since you did mention you could understand how not only her concerns, but maybe some of the other neighbors, if they haven't seen what's potentially coming, is there any timeline constraints or something that would prevent you from possibly meeting with them and showing them the plans and even getting them on board versus those, at least working with them or get their consensus or something?
I don't know if we answer that at this time or.
You're still going through all the.
Well, thank you for that. And I've been knocking on doors for 2 years.
Okay.
And we've actually spoken, Tony and I have spoken several times with regards to not only a possible purchase or a portion is exactly what she spoke of. As I have with the other neighbors, I mean, I can tell you Mr. Hovis, Ira Hovis, I could tell you the tenants' names in the trailers, I could tell you the people across the street, what their views are, Mr. Gaskin. And if there was anything of any real concern or consideration or interest, quite frankly, I'm a kind of a person that it's like, if you show me a little bit of spark of interest, you and I are gonna have a conversation, right? And so, we had a wonderful conversation on Tony's front porch. She's got a beautiful home, you know? It's absolutely spectacular. It's probably close to $500,000. It's in beautiful condition. It sits on a number of acres. And I absolutely understand her concerns. She expressed to me her primary concern was gunshots. Shotguns, given that this property has, you know, been used for hunting for years. And so that was a primary concern. Was there going to be a noise problem? And so those were the kind of conversations we talked about, not about, are you gonna put up single wide trailers over here? Are you gonna be putting up a double wide over here? It's like, she sets the standard. I'm certainly not interested in going down, you know? And if she has a concern about, you know, walking away after 23 years, losing money, I don't know what happened the first 23 years, and I can't speak to the next 23 years. What I can speak to is that the quality and the condition and the form and the function of the properties that will be there, there'll be pride there. There'll be pride there. And that's what I can absolutely state, you know, unequivocally. So that's what that's my response to that.
Any further questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, public hearing is closed. Do we have a motion? Yes, page 160. There is a condition if we decide to approve the request. And if I were doing that, I would also add the last comma, including curb cuts. So it says all adjacent lots to Empyrean Way shall be provided access to the improved road, comma, including curb cuts. If we go that way. So, do we have a motion? Approve, deny, defer? I make a motion to defer.
Second.
Well, I'm thinking, and the reason for that, and you may provide some guidance, is to be able to meet with the neighbors on time, presenting your plans and what's it gonna look like, the traffic analysis, those type of things. So that you give the neighbors a feel for what kind of impact it's going to have on their quality of life. 30 days, 60 days?
Well, if I may address the traffic analysis.
Yes,
So there was a traffic analysis performed.
I understand that, and that was
Oh, it's just
for
an example.
15 lots, not 16, which you have.
No, a traffic analysis.
Yes.
That shows the impact of the increase.
I just read that.
Okay,
And it's
I'm
for
sorry.
15 lots and not 16.
Yeah, exactly, and. Yes, that's
All right,
correct.
but it's more than just the traffic, okay? They're interested in more, from what I heard, they're interested in more than just traffic.
Well, who specifically?
Well,
And
can we
because
say this? Part of your team admitted themselves. You can understand why she and the other neighbors would be concerned because they haven't had an opportunity to see, hear, and if you admit that, then wouldn't it be fair to give them that opportunity? That was a part of your team who made that statement. So if I lived there and you said she has a beautiful $500,000 home, whatever, not just her, but anyone else, and if you're saying you can understand because they've not had an opportunity to see. Would it not be reasonable to give them that opportunity? And they may go along with you. They may totally agree, love it, come in here, 60 days, bless it, endorse it. But give them that opportunity.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
Yes, huh?
at this point, you've closed the public hearing. You have a motion and a second.
Yes,
I would suggest going ahead and setting a date for when you're deferring it to.
60 days.
It's a month, because remember, 60 days isn't always false. You want to say June,
You gotta,
July.
you gotta pick a.
You gotta pick a month,
meeting.
July,
So we're in the May meeting.
be July,
Days.
May.
You have to pick a meeting.
July meeting.
July meeting, till the July meeting. Okay,
And I have seconded that motion.
okay.
And
So no more discussion then,
I was
sorry.
gonna ask a question for clarification.
Well, it's discussion between us right now,
discussion
unless we
between the
approach you. So, yeah, we're discussing here.
Public hearing
Yeah.
closed for the moment.
John?
All right,
I certainly recognize the neighbor issues and the neighbor concerns as they start, and they're very important to me. But if you just look at the basic sort of facts, the variance is for a driveway separation. We have a driveway, whether it be a legal or illegal driveway, right beside a proposed future road, which definitely creates a conflict in my opinion. I mean, the separation requirements are there for a reason.
I agree.
The reason I would defer is there is some gray area with the DOT. Is that a real driveway? Was there a site plan approval for that driveway? Can that driveway go away and the DOT cut a ditch in there? That's the reason I felt like a deferral
Right.
was a good thing versus a denial and them not having an opportunity to come back to us. So that was why I did, or why I seconded so quickly.
I can get on board with that.
Yeah.
I think you can only turn something so many times until you can not fit a square peg in a round hole, no matter how hard you beat on it. But no, I that was definitely one of my concerns. So I think that's something you guys should get some clarification on.
And at the same time, they would also be able to talk to these neighbors, because, we did get more emails too from more neighbors.
That's right.
So y'all do need, there
But
is
is that a requirement?
That's really not.
It's not a
No, it's
requirement.
not really a requirement that they meet with the neighbors in this case, is
That
it?
is correct.
That's-
That's why, for me, it's purely
Yeah,
about
I mean,
that driveway separation.
we're not talking about any kind of special exceptions or some of those,
right.
applications for variances, or not variances, but people who come before us where part of the requirements of them coming before us is they meet with
With
the
the
neighbors.
Neighbors.
That's not a requirement here.
No.
Now, it'd be nice.
And
I
there might
think
be
it
a
was more of
chance
a, I
if
think it
they
was
go to
more of a
planning.
suggestion
Again,
than
it
it
would be
was a
nice.
requirement. How about that?
Right,
it's not a
right.
requirement.
It was not a,
Well, and they have other opportunities if it goes to planning commission anyway, and this isn't the only
But
forum to,
I'm on board with,
Yeah, because they're gonna take that,
I'm-
Driveway.
the driveway next door, I mean, there's probably 10 of them over the years that have been cut across there because somebody just decided that's where they wanted to drive.
right.
And it's
Let's
fine
just find out
as a
if this is-
single-family residential driveway, but not fine for a 15 or 16
That's
lot
right.
subdivision.
Yeah.
So this, I'd like to find out more about the drive.
yeah.
Me too.
Because they can come down there with that cone with burrs all over it and go, meow, and the driveway's gone. Ditcher. And they're over that way right now.
Any further
I
comments?
I just brought it up just 'cause I thought it'd be nice to talk to the neighbors.
so from their perspective, that gives them time to give further detail on the situation regarding their road and the driveway.
And the separation, yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Because I'm sure they want to know what's the actual condition you're asking us to go address as a part of the deferral.
right.
You would like clarification?
I'm Jeff Spell, and I'm so sorry. I live at 1299 Cameron Street in Charleston. And if we're going to defer for 60 days or 30 days, I just want to be clear that, so that we can do everything we can when we come back, that we address your concerns about this road that's beside our driveway. And I wanna know if we are expected to send information to the neighbors. Are we talking about the contiguous neighbors, or is that not gonna be required?
I don't think that's gonna be a requirement. It was more of a suggestion.
Okay.
As a board, we can't require you
Right.
to meet with the neighbors for what we do here.
I got you.
That certainly would be nice,
Mhm.
certainly be helpful to the neighborhoods, build goodwill and all those kind of things, you know. What we have to go is by that driveway separation.
Good.
And the reason, again, that I think a deferral made sense here is because I would like y'all to have the opportunity to explore that a little bit more with David Kemp. Is that a legal driveway? Was there a site plan? I mean, you're out in the country, that could have started out as a four-wheeler path. You know, can you petition the DOT to come out there and cut that ditch back in, because that's not a legal driveway, and then your issue goes away? And then you may not even need to come back to us, but by deferring, we leave you the opportunity to do so. So,
Thank you.
All right.
We set the motion. Second.
Yes, we have a motion to defer to the
July.
July meeting. All in favor, raise your right hand.
I was on.
All right, so that's our last case, but we do have an executive session to attend. Yeah. A motion to go into executive session.
I make a motion to go into executive session.
I'll second it.
I know, do we?